Just 2 seconds, members. Okay, members, thank you, and thank you everybody who's watching. Members, on the agenda 12 now, notice some motions. The first motion we took by Councillor Doyle to move. Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor. Can I second it, please?
Sorry, hold on, Mayor. Mayor, are we live again now?
We are live, John.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead there, Councillor Doyle.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate that, and John checking on the feed as well there. The new 10-year mental health strategy has been published by the Department of Health, and it is without doubt one of the most important documents produced by an executive department in some years. It is simply, if implemented in full, a tool to turn the tide. I want to pay tribute to all members of the Mental Health Working Group who met to compile this district's response to the consultation, and the officers that supported us. It's clear that our calls mean a more accessible, joined up and adaptable mental health provision with the patient at its heart have been heard. I welcome that the Minister has also provided a funding plan for the strategy. It's not just a clever tactic, it shows us in the cold light of day what is needed from the Executive to deliver fully on this transformational strategy. We need up to 290 million for capital works and £750,000 in non-recurrent funding right now, and recurrent resource of 1.2 billion over 10 years. That, to me, is at the small end of the wedge when we put into context the effect it can have on society, particularly on our young people and older citizens. Building 3 new mental health hospitals, transforming our mental health provision into a regional service, and importantly integrating the new workforce review into forward planning is money well spent. One of the key asks of our working group, in line with that of the mental health champion Professor O'Neill, was a new and accessible crisis service. Personally, I'm delighted to see that those of advanced years have now been able to access statutory mental health services as well, and will have a dedicated pathway to receive the care they need. It'll be of great comfort to many families. From March 2020, Mayor, until May of this year, over 1,000 people presented themselves to A&E in Galvin due to their mental state. And it is hoped that the Regional Crisis Service will reduce this and ensure that the hoop jumping that so many people have experienced to get help ends. I could speak all night about the strategy and praise the work of the department, consultees and our community for pitching in their ideas and bringing this document to fruition, but it means nothing without money. The 5 executive parties are represented on this council, and I would humbly urge all of the representatives here to push within their own parties for this strategy to be implemented in full. We all want to see new community centres, roads and schools, but I can only put it plainly, the need to fund this strategy will arrest homelessness, despair and death in our communities from chronic mental illness. I want to turn, if I may, Mayor, to the issue of the detox provision that my motion also refers to. The campaign is now in the end stages of producing a business case for the service, aided by experts and professionals both in this council and in other agencies. As part of that business case, we have identified that the Ash Centre in Omagh, for example, in relation to administration and nursing staff costs in the region, costs in the region of £590,000 per annum. We will soon send that case to party leaders, the Minister and the Secretary of State, in whose purview it remains to fund this New Decade, New Approach commitment. This strategy and that provision are two sides of the same coin and must be delivered, both of them, simultaneously if at all possible. The campaign will deliver a detox provision in this city, and we need all levels of political leadership to get behind the commitment to do so. Thank you, Mayor, for your time.
Thank you for that, Councillor Doyle. I see Councillor Jackson seconded. Do you want to come in there, Councillor Jackson?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for Emmett for proposing or bringing the motion to council today. And I suppose to start with, I should declare an interest as an employee of the Western Trust, but Mayor, as we discussed at length under Chair's business today, our health service as a whole is underfunded. But what we have to acknowledge is the allocation of funding to address the growing demand for mental health services falls far short of what's required. Sinn Féin's mental health spokesperson, Ora Flynn, has continuously raised with the Health Minister the need for increased mental health funding. And as a party, we're broadly supportive of the mental health strategy. And I suppose, given the fact that I've seconded this motion states that our party's willingness to support the motion, we need to see implementation of the mental health strategy. We need to see funding of the mental health for the mental health strategy, and we need to see improved outcomes. As part of the strategy, the annual action plan in Action 2 will be vital in terms of addressing the need and any success of the strategy. As contained within this motion, additional funding for CAMS is welcomed, but we would like to point out that this isn't based on need. And our party's view is that a true needs analysis should have been completed to ensure that the budgets are increased to match the rise in need. But any additional funding towards mental health has to be welcomed. Mayor, when we speak about need, we all know about the need that exists here in the Northwest and the pressure that our mental health services are under. We need to see increased support for crisis services in areas such as here, and the introduction of specialist services, including addiction services, again, here in areas in need.
Councillor Jackson, you bring your remarks to a close there.
Bringing it in now, Mayor. Just in terms of I think it's important that we point out that there's many different factors that impact people's mental health. There's many, and it's there's many people who have mental health challenges that aren't related to addiction. But Mayor, as you recognise the campaign from Tamsin White around the detox facility, particularly here in our city, has highlighted the massive need, and I particularly welcome that element of this motion today. So, on behalf of Sinn Féin, we are fully supportive of the motion in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jackson. Councillor McKenna?
Thank you.
Sorry. Members, if you just make sure your mics are off there. Alderman Breslin. You do. Okay, go ahead there.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We fully support this motion and thank Councillor Doyle for bringing it forward. A lot of what I was going to say has already been covered by Councillor Jackson, and thank you for that, for reading my mind, Christopher. As we ease out of one pandemic, we're going into another, and we know it's mental health. We need a joined up approach to this, and this motion highlights this. And thanks again to Councillor Doyle for bringing it, and we fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenna. Councillor Farrell?
Thank you, Mayor. The SDLP fully supports the new mental health strategy that was recently published by Minister Swan. Drastic change is required to transform our existing mental health services and to improve mental health outcomes across the North. Too many people are suffering in silence, and too many people aren't getting the help they need, and too many people are languishing on waiting lists. The system needs overhauled, it needs improved, and it needs enhanced, but it's going to cost money, 1.2 billion, in fact, over the next 10 years. That money needs to be found, and as I had said at the Health and Community Committee last Thursday, all executive parties need to cooperate. They need to work together to ensure that the required funding is secured. That's a no-brainer. If we want to fully implement the strategy, we need to fully fund the strategy. We have no issue with that aspect of the motion, but I would urge caution in relation to the detox aspect. The SDLP fully supports the establishment of a detox centre in Derry, but before we start pushing for funding, we need to push for agreement. the reality is that there is no agreement or approval for a detox centre in Derry. But we are hopeful that there's going to be white smoke from the whole Health and Social Care Board and the Public Health Agency as they develop their alcohol and drug service strategic plan, and we can finally get the facility that this city needs. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Farrell. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Doyle, for bringing the motion. I think I definitely welcome the publishing of the mental health strategy, and it really is a result of efforts, years of efforts of mental health campaigners, have been calling this for such a strategy for such a long time. I just I don't have a lot of confidence in the government to deliver on this document, because we have lots of progressive documents from Stormont on poverty and deprivation and housing, and you know, this strategy really needs the funding in order to make a difference. It's taken far too long to come, and again, I have concerns on how we're going to deliver on this effectively when the NHS is in crisis. Like, we need to call for a lot more funding for our health and social care service. We need to call on a lot more funding for mental health. And I really do hope that the strategy is delivered to its best of its ability. But I do feel it's going to require more campaigning on the ground by people who have gotten us this far in calling for this. And I think as well, we can't look at mental health without looking at the society in which we're living in, and the changes that needs to happen in society, and within the economic system in which we live in, which thrives in oppression and inequality and exploitation. And you know, that we must also work to change if we're to improve the mental health of our society and support communities and people to thrive. So thank you for the motion, Councillor Doyle, and you know, we just need to continue to work towards making this a reality.
Thank you for Councillor O'Neill. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and the DEP has no problem in supporting this notice of motion coming forward here today. And as we have stated before, the health service has been under serious financial pressure for well over a decade or more now. And look, we all know how difficult it is for those with mental health issues, even before COVID. And as we moved into COVID, that situation has been exacerbated. And look, we do support the mental health strategy, and we do understand the severe pressure that the service is under at the moment. And I do also agree with some of the rest of the speakers. What we really need here is funding and the right staffing to deal with mental health issues, to deal with the issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That Alderman Devaney. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Doyle for bringing the motion. Extremely welcome strategy that has been produced, and I suppose thanks to Robin Swan and his department for bringing this forward. Unfortunately, via resource deficit, our health service faces major issues in its efforts to address the physiological and psychological needs of our society. You know, and as Councillor O'Neill referred to there are numerous documents sitting gathering dust on shelves, and they need resources. And as a society, and indeed as an executive, there is an onus on us all to prioritise our desires, to face reality, and perhaps to move down the list some of our, and I've described it in this way before, some of our vanity projects that we see coming forward from all sections of our community. I mean, I think the figure of 1.2 million was mentioned there. Well, mind you, I heard a figure of 110 million been mentioned for a sports studio. You know, so we need to prioritise where we spend our money. These strategies are great, but they need resources in order to put them on the ground. So we need to prioritise going forward and how we finance them. There's an old saying, your health is your wealth. And if nothing else, COVID has definitely proved that your health is your wealth. So let's get our priorities right. Let's get the health system, let's get our education system sorted out. And then I honestly believe the rest will follow. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Members, I don't see any further speakers. Councillor Doyle, do you want to sum up?
Please, Mayor, thank you, and thanks to primarily to Christopher for seconding the motion, and for all the members who have indicated their support for it. I have to say, and look, I made a point of saying at the beginning of my remarks that wanted to pay tribute to all of the members of the all-party working group on this council, but I have to say I'm disappointed by Councillor Farrell's comments with regards the detox centre. I've been working on this with Tamsin, and in fairness, with regards to the Assembly, Karen Mullen MLA, around this for every day for months, and I don't know how many times more that I can say it. This is a commitment in New Decade, New Approach. We have letters from...
Point of order, Mayor.
Well, Councillor Farrell, was it?
Yeah, it is me. I would just like to clarify something. And this may be deeply unpopular, but I think we need to be honest with the public here. New Decade, New Approach does not mention a detox centre. It mentions providing funding for an addiction centre, which is the Northland Centre, which doesn't provide detox services. The Northland Centre is at capacity, it needs a new build, and that is what the New Decade, New Approach is about. And they're two very different things. So I think, instead of criticising me, Councillor Doyle, I think you need to be honest with the public. I saw an article you had in the Dairy News a few weeks ago where you had
Point
said...
of order. Is this a point of order?
Well, it's not being
It's not a
truthful.
point of order.
It's not being truthful.
Right, members, Councillor Farrell, just give me 2 seconds here, members. Right, that's not a point of order, so I'm going to bring it back to Councillor Doyle now to sum up. Could you finish now, Councillor Doyle?
I'll certainly continue, Mayor. Thank you. I have been in the room with the Minister for Health, who has been very clear that as part of the detox provision referred to in New Decade, New Approach, he sees it as a provision that could be added on to other provisions. But the campaign in this city, which in fairness his party is on record in saying supports a detox centre. Again, this is part of the New Decade, New Approach model. The Department of Health and the Minister, in writing to Tamsin Whitenot 3 weeks ago, and he would know that if he was broadly supportive of the campaign rather than coming on and making sound bites, would know that he is fully invested in conversations with the Secretary of State, who will release the funding, and that it should be done in a model cognizant of the fact of the business case that we put together with no support, I have to add, from the majority of the parties in this council, even though a lot of them say that they support it, including Councillor Farrell's party. And I'm disappointed to have to make a political issue out of it, but it's easy to talk about these things. Doing things about it is a wee bit different.
Thank you for that, Councillor Doyle. Members, I'm not hearing any dissenting voices in this motion. If there's any members against it, could you put on the chat box or let me know now? Happy enough. Members, the motion on Councillor Doyle passes unanimous. Okay, members, moving on to Councillor Logue. 2 seconds, Councillor Logue, until we get up in the chat box or up on the screen. Okay, Councillor Logue, would you have a seconder?
I'd second that, Mayor. Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Well, Councillor Logue.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just take the motion as read, and just want to thank Connor for seconding the motion. Mayor, in recent months, I have been engaged in a range of discussions alongside my party colleagues, Martina Anderson, Karen Mullen, as well as other representatives from other parties with the arts and culture sector in the city. Representatives from the sector cogently explained that the impact of the COVID crisis has compounded issues they were already facing in terms of lack of investment in the local sector, coupled with the lack of strategic policy framework from the Department of Communities for the development of the sector across the north. As a result of these discussions, Sinn Féin successfully lobbied the Minister of Communities, Deirdre Harvey, to meet with representatives from the local sector. The Minister was clear that the lack of an arts and culture strategy within DFC was a key issue, and that any new strategy that was developed needed to include specific recommendations and actions that would focus on the needs of the sector in the Northwest and other regions of the North where further investment is needed. The sector is now keen to see the preparatory work for the new strategy begin as soon as possible. Therefore, we are calling on this council to write to the Minister emphasising our support for this call. Whilst we are waiting for the new strategy to be completed, it is vital that the Arts Council also realign its policies and budgets to reflect the department's approach. The need was recently emphasised by the Arts Council decision to provide COVID relief funding to a number of Belfast-based cultural organisations and venues without any of the normal application processes being applied. The explanation provided by the Arts Council as to why this happened was far from satisfactory and reinforced the need for them to amend their systems to allow a more equitable and transparent allocation of funding for venues across the north. It was also clear that the Arts Council needed to realign their budgets in general to ensure the level of cultural spend per head of population is on a par with the levels of spend per person in the Belfast region. We would therefore propose that this council also write to the Arts Council to demand that their own strategies are realigned to reflect the views of the Minister and to ensure equality of opportunity for cultural organisations in the Northwest and across the 6 counties. Thank you, Chair, and I hope everyone here can support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. The proposed culture, arts, heritage strategy is welcome, and it's long overdue. The current strategy, if there is one, seems to be throw money at Belfast and let everybody else fight for the crumbs. Last year, the Department for Communities funded organisations throughout the north via the Arts Council to the tune of £25 million. Belfast organisations got nearly £19 million, and groups across our council area got £1.7 million. So Belfast organisations get 11 times the funding of local groups. That's not balanced, it's not equitable, and it's not fair. And as Councillor Logue has alluded to, members from this council have met with the Arts Council, along with reps from the arts and culture sector across our city and district, and we collectively conveyed our disappointment and disillusionment with the current funding arrangements. The Chief Executive, Roisin McDonough, responded to us, and I'm sure that the members of Business and Culture saw that correspondence where she said she had raised the issue of imbalance in regional funding in the Northwest. The issue doesn't need to be raised, it needs to be addressed and it needs to be fixed, and in our view that's the Minister's job. One of the asks in this motion is that we write to the Arts Council. We shouldn't be asking the Arts Council to change how they operate. We shouldn't be asking them to distribute the funding fairly. The Minister who funds the Arts Council should instruct them to do so. So with that in mind, I have an amendment. I'll put it in the chat box now, and it's to replace the final 2 paragraphs. And if I can just speak briefly on the 4 paragraphs there, Mayor. So the first paragraph, we fully support the Minister's commitment to produce a new strategy, but we think it should be done in consultation with our local co-delivery group to ensure that the concerns, ideas and proposals of our local arts and culture sector are taken on board. The second ask is we need to get the Minister to confirm that this imbalance and disparity actually exists. We know it does, we've seen the figures, and we've got the figures to prove it, but we need ministerial confirmation of this and confirmation that the strategy will comprehensively address that imbalance. The third aspect, I've already mentioned it, the Minister should instruct the Arts Council to operate differently. They report to her. Invest NI report to the Economy Minister and the Arts Council report to the Communities Minister. And we feel the Minister has to force the Arts Council to change how it operates. And the fourth aspect is pretty self-explanatory. A lot has been said about building back better. I think we need to hear the department's plans to build back fairer. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Farrell. Have you a seconder for that amendment?
Brian Tierney.
Councillor Tierney, thank you. Councillor Horgan, do you want to talk on the amendment?
Happy to speak, Chair.
Go
Thanks,
ahead.
Mayor. Yeah, look, as the motion says, underfunding of the arts sector in the Northwest exists, and that's now been established through statistics for the Department for Communities and for the Arts Council. And I think we have to be honest and say, look, the underfunding of arts and the arts and culture sector here is part of a much broader failure by the Stormont executive, past, present, and now, in terms of funding and assisting the Northwest. So, nobody's surprised that the North there's regional inequalities, imbalances in terms of funding arts and culture, given that everything else here is funded less and less of a priority in Stormont. And I was part of some of the discussions with people who were campaigning to try and change this. And I think that the people I think we need to thank are the people who make up the arts and culture sector in our district, who are very frustrated about the pattern of inequality when it comes to funding here. They've been speaking about this for a long, long time, and they've been knocking on the door. And I think that they've managed to raise an argument about this in the middle of the pandemic, when the funding imbalance and inequality became very, very clear as people try to survive through the pandemic with doors shut and all the other challenges that we faced. And they were backed up by this council, and they took arguments to the Department for the Department for Communities Minister, who then agreed to acknowledge that there were funding imbalances in the Northwest and in our district. And then we went with that argument to the Arts Council, and the Arts Council did not agree immediately.
Thank you, Councillor Horgan. Could you bring your remarks to a close there?
So I'll bring my arguments to a close by saying I think that the onus is on the department to change directly the way in which funding is allocated, and maybe a better way to do that is to require that to be demanded or instructed of for the department and for the minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Horgan. Alderman Corrigan.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. Mayor, we're content with the motion put forward by Councillor Logue, and we do welcome as the Minister Hargey in regards to developing new arts and culture strategy for Northern Ireland. We also are content, Mayor, with the amendments here, which have been put forward by Councillor Farrell. So as I say, Mayor, we're content to support it. We do see that it's plain to be seen the money's not forthcoming into our own area, and we have a rich history, a culture throughout our area, and those individuals that we all know are so passionate about their activities, whatever it happens to be. You know, I mean, I know myself in my own area there, and again, it's been raised in a negative light, but you know, there was very positive aspects of culture there in regards to the 12th of July area around Castleberg and local celebrations and different wee things there. And I'm speaking my own community end of things, and I'm sure other councillors can speak positively of the culture aspect in their own communities as well. But again, I know that the should it be through the bands or through any other aspects there? Again, a lot of young girls are into the Highland dancing and different things there, and there's real credit and a great passion, and there's often so little money involved for these groups and organisations. I know some will be referencing to maybe the money that is spent on large venues in Belfast compared to maybe the money that would be pumped into venues in the city. But again, we've got to make sure that, yes, we do need more money into the city, but it's got to get throughout the full district, you know, and those little cultural groups and associations which are based throughout Castleberg, Newton Stewart, and down through Dunnamana and New Buildings and wherever else, you know, that it's spread out. So yes, we need it into the city, but we need it throughout as well, the council area. So we're more than content, Mayor, to support the motion and the amendment. Thank you, Mayor.
Brian, thank you, Alderman Bergen. Members, I see no further noise coming on the chat box. So members, I'm going to take a vote with the amendment, and I don't see no dissenting voices on it. Any members against the amendment, could you put on the chat box or let me know? Okay, members, the amendment passes. Councillor Lowe, do you want to sum up?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank everybody for their support with this motion. I think we can agree that the Minister has acknowledged through her department about the regional disparities, although I don't have any problem with that part in the amendment that asks for this to be acknowledged and confirmed again. So just once again, thank you for the support on the motion.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lowe. And on the substantial motion, members, I don't see any dissenting voices. Anybody against the substantial motion? So that passes. Members, I am aware about time here, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep just pushing. I'm going to push one more. So, Councillor Barr, you want to come forward?
Thank you, Mayor.
Just 2 seconds, we'll get this put up, and there it is. Councillor Barr, would you have a seconder?
I think Alderman Hussey there is going to second it.
You think? Let me see if
I'll second it, Councillor McKinley.
That's right, I second it, Mayor.
did you get that yet? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Barr.
Just take the motion as read there, Mayor.
Thank you.
When I first decided to put myself forward for council, my main motivation was the belief that Strabane was not getting a fair crack of the whip when it came to investment. Now, after 2 years in council, I could say that belief has been reinforced, and it is also the belief of the vast majority of ratepayers in Strabane and all rural areas that I've spoken to. In February 2017, a lady from Strabane went to council to query what was planned for the town. I want to quote from the reply she got. Plans for 2017-18. We are developing a play plan to ensure that the play park provision in the town is improved. Nothing is tangible has happened on that front. The play park situation in Strabane is dire. For the same year, council and DFC will be undertaking a feasibility study and initial design costing for town centre footbridge and public realm development. Also progressing work to develop a sport and leisure complex in Strabane town centre with an estimated value of 10 million. Within the same year, we would expect to have a design team appointed to advance proposals, business cases and costings for the project. 2 of these projects are to be funded by the city. However, when this query was made. The city deal was not on the pipeline. The public realm works plans for the town are, I believe, imminent and not before time. Our footpaths are a mess. Only last week, a local lady suffered severe fractures to her leg when falling on Market Street. The paving on Main Street is like a skating rink when wet, resulting in many more people falling, particularly elderly people. Weeds are rampant in the town centre and beyond. We have not got a parking ban. Our greenway would never have been accepted as a greenway in Derry. Part of it runs alongside the most heavily polluted, congested road in the town, and a substantial portion runs literally just through the streets and along the rat-infested water walk. The river walkway, which was damaged in the flooding of 2017, has never been repaired and was one of the areas I want councillors to visit. We are blessed to have a river run through our town. This river should be the focal point of our town. This is where we should have had a greenway. The river should be developed its full potential. Instead, it's a mess. We have visited Derry, a public-private sector partnership funded and supported by Derry City and Strabane District Council, but its remit seems to stop with the city. The name says it all, Visit Derry. The rural areas in this council district have the potential to attract tourists, have developed properly. Milltown Grammar School, Moorlock, etc. And I'm sure many more sites around Park, Dunamana, Sion, Newton Stewart, Castledare, Plumbridge. However, I feel we're even struggling to get the basic amenities we are entitled to, despite the rates we pay. We are top of the council areas when it comes to rates, yet we live in the most deprived area. Our rates have risen approximately £105 in the past 5 years. We have now been told some festival funding for St Patrick's Day and the Christmas fairs, depending on the budget initiative, being accepted for a further 5 years. This is not right.
Councillor Barr, could you sum it up, please?
When you consider in Derry, events like the Jazz Festival are funded by rates, or festival funds should not be dependent on levy on businesses. When I see the investment that goes to the Sir Columns Park, Brook Park, Cedar River Walk from Floyd to Carrigan's, the proposed new greenway from Derry to Buff, I'm envious, but I'm also angry. It would be great to have a walkway cycle run from Strabane to Derry or Strabane to Newton Stewart, but that's a pipe dream as far as we're concerned. As I said before, Strabane has been reared on a lifetime of promises of jobs, promises of investment, and we see nothing. It's not good enough. Strabane reeks of neglect and underinvestment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Edwards.
Mayor, thanks for letting me in, and I thank Councillor Raymond Barr for bringing this motion on what is a very important issue, especially for the electorate in the old Strabane District Council area. I do believe that, Mayor, since the amalgamation of the Super Council, a lot has been promised to local people here, especially in terms of investment. Unfortunately, and for my own DEA, the Derry DEA, that investment is failing to reach many people and communities across our council. I'm thinking in particular about the town of Newton Stewart and the villages of Sion Mills, Victoria Bridge, the Glebe and Clady, and my own DEA. The neglect here needs to stop, and I'm fully aware that these issues aren't all council's responsibility. There's DFA, there's DERA, Department of Communities. They all have to come together and start investing in our towns and our villages. And the proposer of the motion, Raymond Barr, joined me in Sion Mills a few weeks ago, and we've seen firsthand the neglect and deterioration of what is a beautiful village. It's completely neglected and deteriorated, which has really upset and angered locals. In relation to the motion, welcome references to Strabane Town, Castledare Town. Couldn't agree more with the motion. The SLP has been highlighting the neglect faced for years, and it's unfortunate, in my view, that there has been an abdication of responsibility from public bodies. What we do need, we need all these bodies they come together, and we need an action plan to tackle issues such as what Raymond raised there around weeds, footpaths, street furniture, outdoor green space.
You bring your remarks to a close, Councillor Edwards.
Projects. But just on a final point, Mayor, I do not believe that all these issues are the fault of this council. I do believe that the former Strabane District Council has a lot to answer for, because some of these issues do predate the formation of this council. But and also, just on a final note, I'd also like a report. It'd be good to see a report on imbalance within the council area on investment and on services provided by council, and that way we can have some tangible
Thank-
actions moving forward.
Thank
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. Look, we fully acknowledge Councillor Barr's request, and we'd be only too happy to take a tour around Strabane and Castlederg as he suggested. But what I will say, and I'm a councillor for the water side, although I live in a rural area, it is all too obvious that although it's not intentional, but the focus does appear to be on our beautiful city. We support this motion, and that's really all I have to say, and hopefully we will get around Castlederg and Strabane to see the two beautiful towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenna. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And the DEP has no problem in supporting the notice of motion here. Anything that raises the profile of Strabane and rural villages. And Mayor, I could add on maybe 6 or 7 more villages that our Chief Executive would need to visit, but I'll leave that at the moment to see how Strabane and Castlederg get on. But no problem in supporting the notice of motion.
Thank you for that, Alderman Devaney. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who you picked up for seconding there, but Raymond had asked me for seconding, and I was delighted to do so when I was asked. I suppose it will be argued that there are things that are happening, but I seem to remember very early on in the days of the new council, there was a suggestion, that councillors could go out and look at other areas that they would not be familiar with. And I often wondered to myself, if that had happened at the beginning of the new council back in 2015, 2016, and the same tour was organised now, what difference would people see when they go out on the ground? Because in many, many places, they wouldn't see much of a difference. And that's irksome. It's frustrating to those of us who represent areas outside of the city. And it's frustrating, more importantly, to the electors that we represent. So, if it is possible to arrange visits beyond the city to our communities, and I know Raymond or Councillor Barr has mentioned Strabane and Castlederg, but Councillor Edwards and Councillor Devaney, Alderman Devaney, are perfectly correct as well. There are many other areas that we need to get, and it applies to us rural councillors as well. I'm sure there are areas of the city that I haven't got a clue about. So a wee walk around for me down about the city mightn't be a bit of harm. People talk about Gallia. I don't even know where Gallia is. I'll be honest.
Thank you.
Probably,
Can you bring your remarks to close here, Alderman?
I will, Mayor, and I think the point of the motion is that it is incumbent on us all, and the Chief Executive is being asked to be the catalyst here, to get out and visit the wider parts of our district council area and see where the issues are and address those issues. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mayor, and I acknowledge as well Councillor Barr in bringing this motion. Some of the points have already been made by previous councillors. I was a bit surprised to read the motion with just the specific reference to Strabane and Castlederg. So maybe Councillor Barr could clarify when he's following up. Just does Castlederg just mean Castlederg town, or is it the Derg ward that he refers to? Because quite rightly, there are other villages and hamlets within that town that councillors could visit as well. Mayor, our party, we're content enough to support the motion, but listening to some of the contributions, including Councillor Barr's, and it's not my place as an elected councillor to defend council corporately in terms of what they have or have not invested in council capital projects and the like throughout the area. But I mean, I'm quite happy as a Castlederg Bush councillor to accompany those councillors around Castleberg and to show them some of the things the council have invested in, and indeed will be investing more into the future, such as Derry Valley Leisure Centre, £250,000 upgrade invested there, hundreds of thousands of pounds invested into the Derry Castle Park just last week, the second phase of which is beginning to go into negotiations with Castleberg GFC to develop the second phase of that. We have Spamwood, the pitches there where there will be GA provision provided for, and we've also got a state-of-the-art recycling facility coming down, hopefully in the pipeline. So as I say, happy to support the motion, and I welcome the entourage when they visit the lovely town of Castleberg. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Councillor Boyd, Michaela.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. I suppose, first of all, it would be remiss of me not to mention your good self, Mayor, who came to Strabane the other day to launch the 1.15 million project at Melvin, the eagerly awaited stadium, and I want to commend everybody for the work involved in that, councillors and stakeholders, and indeed council corporately. Back in the 8th of June, I wrote to council to express my frustration, I suppose, and that of others about the weeds in certain parts of the pedestrian areas across the town. And council, on my behalf, wrote to the divisional roads manager because it was their responsibility. Those weeds were obviously sprayed and disappeared, but obviously due to the adverse weather and the climate that we're living in, those weeds have now appeared and they're just as bad as ever. So I suppose collectively and collaboratively across all departments, they do have that ultimate responsibility for our town centres. I just want to comment also, Councillor Barr made the comment about the footpaths in the town centre. It was only this week I was in getting a new pair of shoes in the main street, and one of the business owners had mentioned the slippery footpaths that are still on the main street of Strabane. I know back in 2017 I was lobbying back then to get the handrail that was needed at the DV8 on the corner where a man fell and severely injured himself. So there are still issues on the main street as regards the footpaths. Council definitely need to look into that when we have our bad weather, when it's raining and that kind of thing. So happy to support it. Again, you know, we have the Strabane bid and we have the newly appointed Strabane Town Centre Manager as well, who are working with the businesses to achieve business-led initiatives for the town centre.
Councillor Boyd, can you bring your remarks to a close?
So happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hargan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we're very sympathetic to Councillor Barr's proposal, and you know, very sympathetic to all the points that he's raising, and what he went through there in his motivation for the resolution. You know, gave us a sense, you know, again of some of the crucial issues that exist in Strabane and other rural areas or more rural areas. And the first thing I wanted to say is, look, I think that the way capitalism works is that it concentrates wealth in geographical areas, largely around where the wealthiest people live. You know, there has to be campaigns and people power to get wealth redistributed and to get services elsewhere. I think of London, and then I think about the northwest of England and how long people have had to campaign there for redistribution of resources out of London, where the richest people in England live. And I don't think that's anything different here. So, you know, I know in rural areas, people are frustrated about the lack of access to amenities, you know, the lack of access to basic public services. You know, there's frustration, obviously, about the state of roads. I mean, obviously, all these things exist in all our areas in terms of being in Derry. But, you know, there's pressure, obviously, in councillors to fight for your local area. But I think we have to champion people right across the district, and we have to fight for more resources and better distribution of resources right across our district, for the vast majority of people, so we can have decent lives. And I do think, just in this discussion, look, the strategy of Stormont in terms of
Councillor Harrigan, could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll finish up there.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Boyd, John Boyd.
Thanks, Mayor. I put it in the chat box there, Mayor. I've respectfully requested that you withdraw my name. I think somebody else in my party would like to speak instead, so that'll save us some time.
Thank you for that, Councillor Boyd. Alderman Guy.
You, Mayor. I suppose as a townie, I'll need to add my support to my colleague in Castledurg. Look, our party fully supports the motion. It's only right that as councillors, we see what issues arise and indeed need addressed in areas like Strabane, Castledurg, and other rural areas. I would also say that, most areas aren't too different. We all have the same issues. We all have the same issues and our own local DEAs. And just because we live closer to the city doesn't mean we get any extra, let's say, forms of funding thrown at us in that direction. But happy to visit Strabane and Castledurg and wherever else is needed. I'm sure we'll be well looked after when we do. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Alderman Guy. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. Thanks to Councillor Barr for bringing this motion. I think this issue has been well talked about this past 6-7 years within this council, and that discussions have been around inequality. They've been around disparities. They've been around the realities and also around the perceptions. And we, as a corporate district council, have to give to our ratepayers real positive delivery, that they're getting value for their rates, for their money they're paying. When we see around, and some can be perceptions, but perceptions are real. And when we look and we see stuff around a load of a ratepayers' money from Strabane and Castledurg getting into an airport that people don't use. When we've seen, and we had a discussion earlier on, in places like the Brandywell, and the loads of money they're getting pumped into that, then it's right the ratepayers are saying, where is the resources going in this area? And there's parties in this chamber who will continually take credit for everything and take responsibility for nothing. And the local press, we had the SDLP talking about weeds growing out of a responsibility of the Department of Infrastructure. And the last time I looked, it was the SDLP minister who was responsible. But they couldn't take responsibility in this town.
Councillor Gallagher, could you bring your remarks to a close?
We're going to their minister to resolving some of those issues. So the parties in here need to take responsibility and not just the credit when they see things happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Logue.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. Look, as already been stated, our party support the motion, but I just want to if I could, to highlight a wee correction to Councillor Barr on his speaking points. He did mention the walkway, out to Carrigan's. I just want to advise Councillor Barr that there's not a light in that walkway. There's hardly a dog bin in the walkway. That walkway, as well as many other places, within our council district needs investment too. And I would like to see, though, as well as everybody else, a beautiful council district throughout. But as many other councillors have said, we could all take you to different parts of our DAs and outline where there really needs to be work done. And I do want to say too, it's not just the responsibility of this council. So we as councillors have a responsibility to advise the residents just to where the responsibility does lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Logue. And finally, last speaker, nearly last speaker is Councillor Turner. After Councillor Donnelly, I'll call the final speaker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Barr for bringing this motion. And I suppose as a dairy-based councillor, I'm more than happy to go on a walking tour of Strabane and Castleberg and any other village that councillors in that area feel that we need to go. I remember when this council was established, hearing councillors from Strabane talk about the Strachan's Road Recycling Centre, and we had to make a decision on it. Didn't know where it was. I've listened when I was on the planning committee, the Councillor Dan Kelly talk about the Glenelly Valley and about how beautiful it was and how it should be protected. I drove through it during my time as mayor. It was a lovely summer's day in April. It was only then that I realised what Dan was actually talking about and why he's so passionate about it. So, look, I have no issue in going on a tour around any of the villages. I think it's probably something that we should have organised long before now. And I've also no problem either. And it was, I think it was Alderman Hussey that referenced Galia, taking Alderman Hussey or anyone else on a tour of Galia, showing them where it is. And also pointing out what we've got, but what we need as well, because there's a lot of stuff on there that we don't have. But happy to support the motion, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Donnelly.
Be brief, but just to echo the sentiments of the previous speaker there, absolutely no problem heading up the road and going around different DEAs. I think it's important to show a bit of solidarity to our elected representatives, and again, there's no harm to broaden that, broaden your knowledge and education of different DEAs. So very happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Okay, members. Councillor Barr, do you want to sum up?
Thank you, Mayor. Just an answer the Councillor PQ. The reason I only included Castleberg along with Strabane was I thought it would be logistically challenging for me to include every town and village in the council district. Answering Councillor Boyle as well, Councillor McKeela. We got the new stand and change rooms at Melvin, which were opened yesterday, and as a founder member of Strabane Athletic, I'm delighted about that. But don't expect me to be jumping up and down for the simple reason we should have had it long ago. We're entitled to it. We're still late years behind most of the towns in the 6 counties, and we pay higher rates than most. 2019, we had the highest rates increase in the 6 counties. I walked from the Peace Bridge to Sainsbury's recently, and I stopped counting the floral displays at 100. You can count them in one hand in Strabane. The dairy-based councillors are part of the decision-making process, which affects Strabane and the rural areas. Come and have a look at what we've got, or more to the point, what we haven't got. We're fed up scrapping for the crumbs from the table. Councillor McHugh is happy with the level of investment in Castleberg, and that's fair enough, but I'm certainly not happy with the level of investment in Strabane. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Barr. Members, I'm not hearing any dissenting voices on the motion brought forward by Councillor Barr. So is there anybody against it? Let me know now on the chat box, or is it here now? Okay, members, that motion passes unanimous in the name of Councillor Barr. Members, thank you for willing. The time is now 8:30. What we're going to do is take a 20-minute break now. Please all get some eat, and we'll come back at 10 to 9. Thank you, members.
Thank you, boys. Finish off the coffee.
Okay, members, welcome back. Members, next to move would be Councillor Gallagher. Motion.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Have you a seconder for your motion?
Donnelly here, I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Go ahead there, Councillor Gallagher.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, look, this has been well debated, and it was debated last month at length, and was your good self that asked me to bring this forward as a motion. So I'll take the motion as read, and just leave it as it is, and saying we've done enough talking on it, and it's been said earlier on. I think that we're all aware of all the issues. We're all aware of what's been happening. And I think it's now the time that council needs to take some action on this, and hopefully that this proposal will go some way in addressing that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gallagher. Okay, members, next on the list we have Councillor Boyle. Michaela.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have an amendment to the motion, Mayor. I sent it through yesterday to Teresa, so I think it should come on the screen shortly.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, just give us 2 seconds to get that on. Do you want to read it out there first, Councillor Boyle?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, there it is on the screen, just to draw on the existing expertise within the sector to involve the statutory and voluntary partners who are part of our civic forum, including the PCSP, PSNI and the Department of Justice. Can I continue?
Have you a seconder on that?
I'll second that, Mayor. Dan here.
Thank you, Dan.
Claire, just before you go on that, Claire, I would like to ask, from the officer's point of view, the legal, on previous tasks and finishing groups, we have been an internal body, and as such, whatever the findings of that task and finishing group as an internal body can then take it out to experts. But that has been the previous protocol, and if I had knew this was coming forward, which I didn't, I would have said that to the proposer of this amendment on previous occasions of setting up a task and finishing group. It's an internal body. Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that, Mayor? Yeah. Well, I suppose, Mayor, through you, the bottom line is it's whatever members wish it to be. We've had a number of working groups. We've had different groups. Certainly working groups are normally internal, and that's been the pattern. But should members wish to widen that out either now or in the future, really that's a matter for members. You could start off with an internal group, discuss a way forward, agree at terms of reference, and then decide to widen it. Or you could consider a terms of reference from the start in terms of widening it. So I don't really think there's a hard and fast rule there, members. It's maybe something that you want to consider in the wording of the notice of motion tonight, and then we can obviously bring back a report into the relevant committee as to how you might want to take that forward in detail and debate it in greater detail at that stage.
Thank you for that, John. Next on the list we have Councillor Turney.
Mayor, sorry, Mayor, I didn't get to speak to the amendment.
You're correct. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Boyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I suppose just to outline my party's amendment on the rationale for bringing on board the expertise that already exists within the district. That includes the statutory and voluntary partners of the Civic Forum. We as members, I believe, cannot work in isolation on this issue. This is a very sensitive and profound issue, and work needs to be coordinated with the many agencies that are already tasked to deal with addiction and mental health issues, so that we are not duplicating what is already in place. I appreciate what a task and finish group is all about, but I think we do need to expand on it. We welcome the motion brought forward by Councillor Gallagher. However, there's no quick fix solution to the scourge of drugs that are being peddled within our communities, or indeed bought through the dark web. And just to say, we welcome the recent seizures and fines and arrests across the district. There does need to be more robust operational procedures within PSNI and courts to hold those accountable for the supply of drugs to our young people for their own financial gain. As an elected representative, and I'm sure as many elected representatives on here this evening, we often get parents who contact us to signpost them for help for their son or daughter. I recently had a mother who came to me who needed urgent help in terms of her bright, articulated young son who has now become a recluse in his own bedroom, only leaving to buy his next fix. That mother is heartbroken, and the heartbreak and suffering addictions bring to families is profound. The problems with drug addictions are wide-ranging, with people presenting with bipolar, schizophrenia and other mental health issues, and people, with just drug addiction. So I certainly believe that, we do need to work in tandem with what the template that's already there set up within the Civic Forum. The Department of Health also needs to create and invest in dual diagnostic services that can treat mental health issues alongside drug and alcohol addiction. Currently, these services are run separately, and you must be drug free before you can be assessed for a mental health issue. Our party has been to the fore in supporting the facilities here, the proposals for the planned detox centre in Derry, and indeed the new centre proposal in Oma, the new planned mental health facility. So, I do believe that there are a number of issues in terms of how we deal with this as a members, as a
Councillor Boyd, could you sum up now?
As a corporate council, I do believe we do have the powers there within the Civic Forum to assist us in what we want to do to help map a way forward in dealing with the scourge of drugs in our council area. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Turney, do you want to talk on the amendment?
Yep, Chair, thank you. And with your indulgence, I'll speak to both on behalf of the SDLP. I think Councillor Gallagher started out by saying this has been well debated, and we had a conversation about this last month, which has obviously led to the motion before us this evening. We're happy to support the amendment, and we're happy to support the original motion also. I think it's important that we do draw down from the expertise that is within the city and district to try and help people. And this is what this motion is about, and this is what it should be about, is actually helping people, helping families who are suffering from drug addiction. We all know that this is happening. We all know that there are people who are suffering the worst impacts of drug abuse and addiction in this city and district. And as I said last month, Mayor, this can no longer, in my opinion, be treated as an open secret, where we all know that something's happening. And I'm sure, like Councillor Boyle has just said, we help individual families, but it's something like this, a task and finish group, or drawing down on the amendment that we need to do to try and get to the crux of the problem. And I think it's very important, it's very worthwhile, and it's very timely when we've seen a number of deaths across the city over this last couple of months due to drug addiction and illegal prescription drugs. So I think on behalf of the SDLP, Mayor, we're happy to support it because, and again, as I said last month, the people that we're talking about are people and members of our own community, valued members of our own community. Their families have grown up in our community, and I think we have a duty to do all we can to try and help them and support them through their most difficult times. So on behalf of the SDLP, Mayor, we're only too happy to support this motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turney. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't think there's many in the chamber who will disagree with this motion. We are happy to support it and thank Councillor Gallagher for bringing it forward. This is something that's plagued many families in our city and district, and it doesn't seem to be going away. If council is able to raise some awareness of the dangers and give some education, it'll go a long way in helping. We're happy to support the amendment also. I do see the wording is that we'll draw on expertise which are there within the sector and involve the statutory and voluntary partners. So that could be something that we could work on as terms of reference. It doesn't necessarily have to be every single meeting. And again, it could be something like the bonfire working group where we have our own internal and then we go and speak with the partners and statutory bodies to try and get the expertise. So we at Alliance are happy to support both the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to support. We're happy to support the motion. Feel the amendment as it necessary in a way that the Task and Finish Group should set up the terms of reference, and of course, expertise will be drawn upon. And I would encourage for like this matter to be really looked at as a matter for health and education rather than crime and punishment. I've said before that in 2018, the House of Commons Select Committee on Drug Policy has recommended explicitly reframing drug use as a health rather than a criminal and justice issue. There's been other cities who've had, this massive problem, and I think we can really learn a lot from places like Glasgow, who've had big, massive issues when it comes to drugs and drug addiction and death. And I think it would be great to learn from their expertise and how they are continuing to tackle that problem there, but also in learning from places like Portugal, who have decriminalised the possession of drugs, and what has happened in that country in terms of the associated death and addiction when it comes to drugs and drug addiction. I think we've a lot to learn, from best practice throughout the world, rather than continuing this war on drugs, where we need, and this again comes back to investment in our health service, investment in our mental health services, and the way that society is set up in an unequal way that punishes people. So I don't feel the amendment is necessary, but I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you for that, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Alderman Corrigan.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And Mayor, we do welcome that the motion has been brought forward, and we are more than content with the amendment brought in by Councillor Boyle. We would have been seeking to have brought something similar, and we feel it is more appropriate to have that expertise from other agencies and other groups there, including, as has been stated, PCSB and PSNI. So, Mayor, we're all well aware of the scourge of drugs and those that are peddling them and the illegal activities there. And it's a blight in our community and all of the communities right across the city and district. It might have been counted as a time it would have been a city problem, but in all the towns and villages there are these things going on, and it is a real blight. And so whatever we can do to seek to try to understand that and get that training out and get that awareness out of what young people and individuals could be dealing with, because so often, Mayor, we had a very good training force through CERT based in Oma, and there was a lot of people, they heard of drugs before, but they never knew what they were looking for. So it's getting that training to know what you're actually looking for, what people have and what they are. So it's something even for ourselves or myself. I found it a great benefit to have done that course, but I said something to make us all aware of. But no, more than content that the motion has been brought by Councillor Gallagher, but we are content with the amendment by Councillor Boyd. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Corrigan. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I was actually coming in on the point of order that Councillor Gallagher raised, but just to reiterate that in terms of the Task and Finish Group, I know that the Community Crisis Intervention Service, it was set up through a Task and Finish Group, which was represented by the members on the Civic Forum who had that expertise. So that is an example of where we would draw on the expertise of people who are working in the sector to deliver something for the city and district to address the issue, because we as councillors may certainly have our opinions and our thoughts around stuff, but we don't have the expertise, and we should absolutely be drawn on what is available out there. So just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, I was happy to support the initial motion by Councillor Gallagher, which is seconded. But I have to say, I'm genuinely disappointed at the amendment, because I think this is going to thwart a debate, a genuine debate amongst councillors. They look at different attitudes, and as Councillor O'Neill has pointed out a lot of stuff that I was going to say, and I think that if we could meet as councillors, whatever councillors want to go to that, have them discussions, and the forum exists already, and if people want to invite individuals or the forum as a whole, then I think that could be done on a sort of individual basis. Just disappointed that the forum is there and it's not winning. And when people talk about wars on drugs, if we're at war with drugs, it's a war, which is another councillor said the last time this came up. It's a war that we're failing. So disappointed that the amendment is here. Can't support it, and unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Doyle.
Thanks, Mayor. I didn't have a problem with the original motion, and to be honest, I understand where Michaela is coming from with the amendment. That having been said, I have to make reference to the motion that I brought to council not that long ago, where we discussed support for those with addictions, but also the crime element, because as much as we can move to and have conversations around decriminalisation, there are people who are feeding off the death and misery that the drugs create in this city and district. And I also I'm struggling a bit, because I can also get where Councillor Donnelly's coming from, because at that meeting when we had a senior member of the PSNI there, I asked him straight up, are the PSNI giving drug dealers in the city a buy ball in return for being covert human intelligence sources? And they wouldn't answer, and that is an issue, because there is a real genuine feeling in parts of the area that I represent, but right across the city, that is the case, and the PSNI might tell us that they're not in a position to tell us that, but it's a live issue, and we have to have confidence that people who are involved in selling drugs are being dealt with, not being given slaps on the wrist up in Bishop Street Courthouse either, but actually being dealt with and not being curried favour to by people who are supposed to be addressing the drug problem. So I'm on to support the amendment as well, because I'm interested in seeing the terms of reference when it comes to it. But the PSNI are on notice. I'll be asking the exact same question when they come before the task and finish group. Thank you.
Thank you for Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in, and I'll not be supporting the amendment. And I'll tell you why. Like, I've walked behind quite a few coffins in recent years of young people whose mothers, fathers, brothers and sisters, grannies and granda found them dead in their bed early in the morning. And as we've well debated, those numbers are rising and continuing to rise, and come in last month as a crisis, all while this so-called expertise are in existence. And when we're walking behind the next coffin in Strabane town, and a mother comes up and says to me, what are you doing about it? I'm going to be saying this council is doing more of the same which is nothing at addressing the crisis, which is why I'll not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the motion. And I totally agree with Councillor O'Neill. The war on drugs is not working. The drug situation in Strabane is desperate, and I know from talking to young users and their families that involved in statutory bodies with the threat of criminalising some of these young people will have a negative effect on what this motion is trying to achieve. The saving of lives is paramount, and these young people do not trust the statutory agencies. All we will achieve with amendments is to drive these young people further underground. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Barr. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And just before I speak on the amendment, I've heard Councillor Doyle making these comments before. And you know what I would ask Councillor Doyle to do? If he has any evidence of that, please forward it to somebody that we can all look at it, because we can all make statements here at a meeting. But I'm always a great believer in seeing the evidence. And I do believe, Mayor, this is an issue that we shouldn't be bringing politics or anything into. At the end of the day, and I do declare an interest on the PCSB as chair. I do believe we need the expertise, because we can't deal with these drugs issues and, you know, the issues in and around. We all know the drugs issues, and our party is online there. We're online there supporting detox centres, mental health issues, and around that there. But I believe in this issue, if we're going to try and deal, and somebody said it's well debated. Yes, it's well debated, and nothing being done. Do you see some of those councillors that are calling for nothing to be done? They should look at themselves, because here we are as a council. We're trying to do something. We're trying to get the PCSP involved, and these are discussions that are ongoing within the PSNE, and those who are members will know this. But I think it's vitally important that we get the PSNI here, because, you know, they are the only people that can try and take these drugs off the street. Are some of those who are opposing the PSNI and their fight against drugs, are they almost stating a fact that, you know, do they want others to take in hand to deal with drug issues, which I think is the wrong way to go? But Mayor, I would no problem in supporting the amendment here. Thanks, Mayor.
Alderman Devaney, and finally we have Alderman Guy, last speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. When I first seen this amendment, I looked at it and thought, definitely can agree with, can back it, but it's lacking something. You know, it was lacking something there as it was wrote. Now, I agree with Councillor Gallagher that we all know how these task and finish groups work. If we need expertise along the way, then we call on that expertise and bring them in as needed. I also see how other things work, as in the bonfire working group, where these statutory bodies are part of the group and are always there. My cousin of mine was one of the ones that lost his lives to these illegal drugs, prescription drugs, whatever, ordered through the internet. He didn't take a whole handful of them. He didn't take a lot of them. He only took one of them, apparently. That's all was found out of the packet. Then his mother doesn't care, or his brother doesn't care where the help comes from to care from the police, anybody. It doesn't matter, as long as someone else doesn't have to face the anguish that they have faced. And I think we need that expertise. Nobody's a total expert on it, and sometimes I think we're better looking at people who have been, let's say, addicts themselves. They understand the need of the addict. They understand how the addict works. They understand how the addict lives. And maybe they are the best to go forward. One of the presenters that came in for one of our the health and communities had been an addict for 24 years, he said, and he got himself clean, and now he was helping others. That's the people that make a difference here. but we need the expertise to go along with that. So, Mayor, quite happy to support the original motion and the amended motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Alderman Guy. Members, I would totally agree with, because obviously this stuff doesn't come out of thin air, Eller, and it's up to PSNI basically to take these people as supplying very vulnerable people in our communities. I think it's very important. Akira does say the last one, and I'll give you 30 seconds. No, I'm not, because I did say last one. I'm going to move it on now. Members, Michaela,
Sorry,
I'm
I
not.
just wanted to declare an interest as a PCSP member. Sorry, I didn't do that.
I apologise. Okay. John, take a vote.
Alderman Breslin? Alderman
For.
Breslin?
For.
4, thank you. Alderman Devaney?
4.
Alderman Guy?
4.
Alderman Hussey?
4.
Alderman Carrigan? Alderman Carrigan?
4, John. 4.
Alderman McClintock?
4, and also PCSP member.
Alderman Ramsey?
John.
Alderman Ramsey?
Paul John,
Alderman
sorry.
Wark? Say it again, please.
Off the call, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Wark?
4.
Councillor Jason Barr?
4.
Councillor Raymond Barr?
Abstain.
Councillor John Boyle?
4. PCSP member.
Councillor Michaela Boyle?
John.
Councillor Burke?
4.
Councillor Carr?
Against.
Councillor Cusick?
4.
Councillor Donnelly?
Against.
Councillor Doyle?
4.
Councillor Duffy?
4, member of PCSP.
Councillor Edwards?
4, John.
Councillor Farrell?
4.
Councillor Ferguson?
4, John.
Councillor Fleming?
4, John, and a member of the PCSP.
Councillor Gallagher? Councillor Gallagher?
Against.
Councillor Harkin?
Against.
Councillor Heaney?
4, John.
Councillor Jackson?
4, John.
Councillor Kelly?
4.
Councillor Logue?
4, John.
Councillor McHugh?
4, John.
Councillor McKeever?
4, John.
Councillor McKinney?
4, John.
Councillor Mooney?
4, John.
Councillor Mullen?
4.
Councillor O'Neill?
Against.
Councillor Riley?
4, and a member of the PCSP.
Councillor Sino Barr?
4.
Councillor Tierney?
4.
Thank you. Mayor, I've recorded 34, 5 against, and 1 abstention, so the amendment passes.
Thank you for that, John. So the amendment passes, members. Moving back to the motion. Councillor Gallagher, do you want to sum up?
Give somebody else looking in there first, Mayor, on the substantive motion.
Okay, Councillor Doyle.
Mayor, I just wanted to very briefly respond to the comments by Alderman Devaney. I want to make very clear that I at no time said that I was aware of anybody who was aware in illegal activity that hadn't been passed on. People should do that. What I have said, and what's very clear is, look, I respect his position as chair of the PCSP, but I have to remind him of the record that we, as this council, has with the PSNI when asking difficult questions. I asked that question around drugs to a senior officer, was given no answer, and we've been told a number of times, one of them at the very last minute, which he himself responded to, saying that he was disappointed that the district commander wouldn't come before us to answer questions. So he can't, on one hand, tell me that I have to speak to the PSNI, and on the other hand, say, looking at their record with regards to the engagement with this council, that we shouldn't be asking the questions, because we should. And it is the feeling very much within, I would say, the larger community, not just in Ballyarnett, that there are people who seem to get a slap on the wrist with 90 and 100 convictions up in Bishop Street Courthouse with relation to drugs. That's in the press every week, and it is eroding public confidence, and that there is queries around the police using people as informers. It's not an old policy. We all know about it in the past with very serious cases. So, this isn't anything new, and I think you should reflect on that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Gallagher, do you want to sum up?
Yeah, thank
On
you.
the substantive motion?
Thank you, Mayor. And as I say, I'm very disappointed that this amendment that was brought forward and supported was completely hijacked the original motion and what it was intended to do. And I think when it uses the word should draw on the existing expertise, I can tell you the existing expertise has drawn none but failure. And when you look at the bodies that are named within it, they can't tell you. PCSP, no impact. And that's a reality. They can dress up, hand out money around the country, all they like. But the reality is no impact, none whatsoever. And the party that brought this forward will need to answer to the more victims that we're going to see getting carried up the road in coffins. Young people. They'll have to face their mothers and say, guess what I supported? More of the same from the experts that have done nothing whatsoever. And I'll not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gallagher. On the substantive motion, am I hearing anybody against that?
I am.
Okay. Two members, any other members against that? Okay, members, the substantive motion passes then.
Mayor, abstaining.
Abstaining.
So
Is there any work? So people before profit abstaining and three independent councillors.
Abstaining.
Mayor, Councillor John Boyd here. Can we identify who the people are here?
Yeah, we're going to take it to vote here. I'll pass on the Chief Executive here.
Sorry, members, just might get a bit confusing there. We go down through this as quickly as possible. Alderman Breslin.
For.
Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy.
For.
Alderman Hussey.
For.
Alderman Carrigan. Alderman Carrigan.
For John, for.
Alderman McClintock.
For John.
Alderman Wark.
For.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Abstain.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle. Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Abstain.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Donnelly,
Against.
Councillor Doyle,
For.
Councillor Duffy,
For.
Councillor Edwards,
For.
Councillor Farrell,
For.
Councillor Ferguson,
For.
Councillor Fleming,
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher,
Against.
Councillor Harkin,
Ben.
Councillor Heaney, Councillor Heaney,
For, John, sorry.
Councillor Jackson,
For, John.
Councillor Kelly,
For, John.
Councillor Logue,
For.
Councillor McHugh,
For, John.
Councillor McKeever,
For, John.
Councillor McKinney,
For John.
Councillor Mooney,
For John.
Councillor Mullen,
For John.
Councillor O'Neill,
Abstain.
Councillor Riley, Councillor Sinoy Barr,
For John.
Councillor Tierney.
For, John.
Thank you. Mayor, that is recorded as 30 for, 2 against, and 4 abstentions. So the proposal is carried.
Thank you for that, John. So since that motion passes, okay, members, moving on to Councillor Hargan, they move on the next motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I take the motion as read?
And have you a seconder there, Councillor Hargan? I think I was Councillor O'Neill trying to get on with that.
I second.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hargan.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, look, I think the Public Services Ombudsman report was devastating, alarming, but it wasn't surprising because it confirmed what we already knew, which is that vulnerable people applying for the personal independence payment have often been treated despicably by Capita, the organisation with the responsibility of processing people's attempt to access the benefit. And the Ombudsman report was very critical, not just of Capita's role, but also of the Department for Communities. And I think that we should be, as a council, outraged about this. Certainly the people I talk to, the people who've been on the receiving end of the PIP applications are certainly furious. And look, it's a fact that welfare reforms that have been introduced going back now over the last 12, 13 years or longer, and a more recent batch of welfare reforms have had a devastating and harmful effect on vulnerable people and working class communities right across our society. And those impacts are still being felt and still being rolled out because the process of welfare reform is nowhere near completed. And I think that we what Capita is doing is this is the reality of welfare reform. We know what the Tories were doing when they introduced welfare reform. They want to weaken the welfare system. They want to weaken the social security net. They have a goal of driving at least 20% of people off benefits, and they don't care where those people go or what happens to them. If they lose their benefits, if they end up on the street, if they end up, in deep poverty and hardship and very difficult situations, that's not a concern of the Tories. And Capita have been doing that job for them. That's why they were brought in. That's why this corporation have been handed huge amounts of money, and their owners have profited immensely by carrying out the dirty work of the Tory government. And unfortunately, the Stormont executive when it comes to delivery and implementation of welfare reforms. Capita, since June 2016, Capita has been given 75 million, almost 76 million pound to administer the PIP, which is a tremendous amount of money. That is a tremendous responsibility. And part of the logic of giving this to private companies was that they could do it more efficiently, which is absolute nonsense. This used to be done by the public sector, and it's not being done more efficiently. It's being done worse. They're causing misery, but they've also cost £14 million has been spent on processing PIP appeals and mandatory reconsiderations. So private companies involved in the administration of PIP has been a disaster for working class people. It's more expensive and it's only enriching a small number of people. So I'll wrap up, Mayor, by saying I think we can't reward Capita by extending their contract. We have to bring this in-house and make it accountable and part of the public sector again. And we have to look at what Capita is doing right across all the departments that they have contracts with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Horgan. Okay, members. Councillor Heaney.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. The NAPSO investigation that's mentioned in this motion and the PIP was instigated in January 2019 before the Assembly was re-established. From the appointment of a Sinn Féin minister, a number of immediate changes to improve the delivery of PIP have been introduced, with more to come. Deirdre Hargey has consistently demonstrated a commitment to make changes to taking forward the recommendations of the independent review of PIP carried out by Walter Rader and Marie Kavanagh. Deirdre welcomed the report, acknowledged the findings, and have been on the record stating that the department will be fully open to scrutiny. Having a Sinn Féin minister will ensure the drive the further changes into the PIP service, such as quality health assessments needed to continue to improve. Deirdre has commissioned an independent evaluation of the current provider's performance to identify potential enhancements to the service and ensure compliance with human rights and equality perspective. We'll establish an engagement forum with young people, with people in receipt of PIP and the advice and disability sector. Under Deirdre's direction, the department will continue to focus on expanding the in-housing of PIP decisions, ultimately moving to a fully in-house model, best practice learning from other areas, including the health and trust model. To deliver increased in-housing of assessments, DFC is reliant on the Department of Health to provide critical input. Progress in this partnership has been constrained because of the Department of Health due to the current response to the ongoing pandemic. Deirdre will continue to work with the Department of Health to ensure that the involvement is secured. There's been a range of changes since she took up office, and further changes are planned. Ultimately, the unhousing of this service is the goal, and having will ensure the necessary steps to taken to provide this continued and improved service. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Next on the list we have Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. The SDLP is happy to support this motion. I'd like to just say from the outset that Capita's sole purpose is to turn a profit, and they should have no role or no involvement at all in determining whether somebody who's sick or disabled, whether they're entitled to PIP or the Troubles pension. The Ombudsman's investigation into PIP resulted in a report that was highly critical of DFC and Capita and exposed systematic maladministration, which led to valid claims being unfairly rejected. We just have to look at the actual appeal statistics to see how widespread and problematic this is. In 2018, 59% of people who appealed against a PIP decision got a better outcome. In 2019, that percentage increased to 62%. And then last year, 65% of people who appealed get a better outcome. There's obviously a human cost to this. People have to endure a grueling appeals process to get the support they deserve. And there's also a financial cost. 10 million was spent over the last 3 years in processing PIP appeals, and a further 4 million spent on mandatory reconsiderations. And that's £14 million of taxpayers' money that was wasted and squandered on ineptitude. The system is broken and it needs to be fixed. Capita needs to be shown the door, and the department needs to take a long, hard look at how it operates. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Capita and its PIP system is undoubtedly cruel. It's a flawed system which rewards when genuinely sick people are not allowed the benefits they need. The Ombudsman report is damning, and I'm not going to defend such a systematically cruel process. So we agree that there needs to be an in-house process developed and future contracts with Capita to be reviewed. But that system was not available for Minister Long. She didn't decide to award a new pension scheme to Capita. She had concerns, so she put it out to tender. But unfortunately, Capita was the only company able to provide the medical assessments that were needed to allow the Troubles pensions to go ahead. So she worked with the victims, the board, and the Capita to create a light touch system, which will ultimately be overseen by the Pensions Board. This was to allow this hard-fought pension to be progressed, because we need to remember that Naomi took on the mantle when no other department wanted to. She took responsibility for the pension scheme, so the victims were not left dying without their pensions. And if she had not progressed with the Capita schemes, victims would be waiting years for an in-house system to be developed before they would see any progress, not the months that is now due to complete them. We're happy to support this motion because we feel the message should be sent out from this council that we do not support the cruel PIP system, but we also have to be realistic here. Are we willing to let victims wait another 2-3 years for a new system, or are we best to work with the victims to process, to have a part in the process and developing a new way forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. And we all know the issues experienced by the many vulnerable people as a result of the failures of Capita. And while I don't share Councillor Harkin's view that this is a deliberate ploy by the Conservative Party, but we have not seen increased efficiency as a result of the contract to Capita. We have seen people in despair, decisions that were frankly ludicrous. Councillor Farrell gave some of the figures. I won't go over those again. We have seen appeals increase, and also the number of appeals being upheld has made the system absolutely ridiculous. It can't be allowed to continue. So very happy on behalf of the DUP to support the notice of motion as proposed by Councillor Harkin. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McConaughey. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Harkin for bringing forward the motion. It's timely, and it gives us the opportunity to, for me to say, quite frankly, that look, when it comes to Capita, when it comes to PIP, when it comes to universal credit, with respect, you can't polish a turd, and that is what we are looking at here. I mean, I want to very respectfully say to Councillor Heaney, after his sterling defence of his minister, that frankly I couldn't care less what political party holds the department for communities, but to re-award the contract for PIP in particular to Capita is negligent. Why is it negligent? Because we've seen in England that the case for people who have like Philippa Day, who had been effectively killed by the treatment that she was meted out with regards Capita. The coroner in her own case actually issued a prevention of future death report to both the DWP in Britain and Capita. They had done it 4 times since 2013, and understanding that they contributed ultimately to her demise. And this is one of...
Councillor Doyle, could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
And what it comes down to is, originally we were told welfare reform would never happen. And this is the natural outworkings of that collaboration with the Tory government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, Capita is a field deputy. The very mention of their name strikes fear in the hearts of vulnerable people. The participation of Capita in the PIP process is detrimental to the physical and mental health of the most vulnerable in our society. To award the victims' pensions contract to Capita after the outcome of the Public Services Ombudsman investigation, to me, is beyond belief. Thank you.
Thank you, members, for that there. Councillor Hargan, would you like to sum up on your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, thanks for everybody for their comments, and you know, any changes that the minister is bringing in that eases and makes people's lives better will be welcomed. But we don't think that Capita should get their contract extended, and if that is extended, people will be furious about that. So I think we need to do everything we can to send a message that it shouldn't be extended any further, that Capita shouldn't be allowed to do any more harm to vulnerable people because they've already caused so much misery. And just on Alderman McClintock's comments, look, the Tories have two goals. One is to break the welfare system so that people are forced out to work for, you know, the poverty wages. Two, they have a goal of breaking the public sector. These are stated goals. They want more privatisation. And unfortunately, the Stormont executive, right from the peace process, or the Good Friday Agreement, has also went along with this strategy of what's called rebalancing the northern economy away from the public sector towards the private sector. And part of that has been taken out and given this work to companies like Capita so that they can make huge profits. But what's happened is it's been a disaster of inefficiency. It's caused misery to working class people right across the north. And it's putting riches in a tiny number of hands. And now we're seeing the executive parties beginning to say it doesn't work, and we have to push back now and get all these big massive contracts out of these corporations' hands. As Rory Farrell said, they care about one thing, profit. That's all they're in it for, and we have to bring this back in and make it public sector work where it's accountable and where it is designed to actually help improve people's lives and not enrich a handful of people's enrich a handful of very rich people. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hargan. Very well summed up. Members, I'm not hearing any dissenting voices here. Is there any members wishing to go against the motion of Councillor Hargan? Could you put in the chat box or make it clear now? So the motion of Councillor Hargan passed unanimously. And moving on to the next one, Councillor McKenna.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'll just wait till it comes up on the screen there, if you don't mind.
Yep. Have you a seconder, Mr. McKenna?
I'll second that, Mayor. Councillor John Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Can we get it on the screen, please?
Yeah, 2 seconds here. They are full.
Okay, thank you, yeah, Mayor. Okay, take it as read.
Yep.
In July 1985, the slaughter of approximately 8,000 men, mainly Muslims, took place. And I should also add that there was Croat Catholics massacred as well. This atrocity took place in a so-called safe area, which was declared by the United Nations, Srebrenica. As of July 2012, nearly 7,000 victims have been identified and laid to rest. I believe it is only fitting that this council acknowledges this horrific crime against humanity and mainly the Muslim faith. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenna. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. And on behalf of the SDLP, delighted to be able to support the motion that's put forward by Councillor McKinney this evening. And in the first instance, evidently, we are happy enough to write to the Northwest Islamic Centre pledging our support. I think there's potentially a little bit more that we could do in relation to that, Mayor, and I'm going to present a short amendment to that. But I think in the first instance, if you'll permit me, I'll address some of the matters. As Councillor McKinney's already said, over 8,000 men and boys, mostly Muslim men and boys, were slaughtered and buried in mass graves in what was considered a safe zone, Srebrenica, in 1995. 26 years ago, Many people are surprised actually to learn that there has been a genocide since the Holocaust of the 1930s and the 1940s here on the continent of Europe. And just to put that in context, over 8,000 people represents roughly 3/4 of the population of Strabane town as we know it. More than double the numbers of the victims of our very recent conflict were slaughtered in their period, and in actual fact in a matter of days. And that was just 3 years before the Oma bomb atrocity of 1998. So that's how recent this was. It was sectarian slaughter on an industrial scale in a town that is actually about a 3.5 hour flight away from where we sit right now tonight. And perhaps something else that has gone unnoticed, pardon me, is that it took all of 26 years, all of those 26 years to finally see the military commander who had the ultimate responsibility for the massacre at Srebrenica, Ratko Mladic, and his name should go down in infamy. He has only recently, as recently as last month, lost his final appeal against being charged with crimes, including genocide. The Balkan War was described as the powder keg of Europe for very, very many centuries, as anybody who knows their history will know that. And even just today, the development of a major infrastructure project, a simple bridge linking two Croatian peninsulas, is a source of contention between Bosnia and Croatia. The fireworks were going off on the bridge last night. And so, Mayor, just to finish, next year marks the 30th anniversary of the Balkan conflict, followed the breakup of Yugoslavia. And I do have that amendment, and I'll present it to you now for other members to consider, and I'll put it in the chat box, Mayor, if you don't mind. But I genuinely do feel that there perhaps are other things that we can add to.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. Could you get that on the chat box?
Bear with me, Mayor. I'm trying to do a copy and paste job here. May not work. No, bear with me. Mayor, if you want to move on to the next speaker, and I'll put that into the chat box for you.
We can't do it. I think we'll just wait to see what your amendment is here, Councillor Boyd.
Coming your way now, Mayor. That's it. I hope you can all see that.
Okay. Councillor Jackson, do you want to talk on the amendment?
Yes, thanks, Mayor.
Sorry, just before you start there, Alderman Hussey, second amendment. Go ahead, Christopher.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor McKenny, for bringing the motion to council. And as both previous speakers have described, it was a massacre, it was genocide, and it's been recognised as genocide by the International Court of Justice, and the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. It's been the worst massacre in Europe since World War II. And as the two previous speakers have outlined, 8,000 males have lost their lives. But additional to that, there's been thousands of women, children, and elderly people forced from their home. A large number of women were raped. And when we're remembering the massacres that happened 26 years ago, it's important we remember the survivors as well. The Holocaust and the genocide carried out by the Nazis in World War II led to the words "never again" coming from the EU. Just 26 years ago, as has been described by the previous speakers, another genocide occurred in European soil. As Europeans, we have collectively failed the people of Srebrenica. I know I've said that wrong, but Mayor, in terms of the Northwest Islamic Centre, they play an important role supporting the Muslim community within our council area, and I think it's appropriate that we pledge our support for this campaign through this group. And as we remember all those victims and survivors of this genocide, we should use this opportunity to rededicate ourselves to tackling hatred, racism, sectarianism, and intolerance whenever and wherever it occurs. And I think it's fitting that this motion is followed by an anti-sectarianism motion, and we would hope that both would get unanimous support and show this council that it's best. So, on behalf of Sinn Féin, I'm happy to support the motion, and we believe that
Councillor
the
Jackson, can you bring your
amendment.
remarks to an end?
Yeah, we just finally we believe that the amendment adds to the motion, and we're happy to support that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Philip and John, for the amendment. I don't know how many have been to Bosnia, to Srebrenica and Sarajevo. I've been to both. The Srebrenica massacre was part of a wider genocide throughout Bosnia. We're looking at an excess of 100,000 Muslims, mainly Muslims, killed, 2 million people displaced. It's estimated there were up to 50,000 women raped. By the way, I understand that only 7 soldiers have faced the courts in regard to that. Bosnia itself, whilst mostly Muslim, was quite a settled mixed community of Jews, Muslims, Christians, Catholics, Orthodox Christians, you name it. They all lived together. And with the disintegration of Yugoslavia, which happened following the death of Tito in 1991, the various sub-countries were established. If I go to Sarajevo, for example, there were approximately, during the siege of Sarajevo, up to 11,000 people killed. 1,600 of those were children who died in Sarajevo. On the way to Srebrenica, a couple of towns suffered as well, where they were just basically wiped out. Visegrad, Prijedor, Koka, and Gorzed. Sorry, I got that wrong. The attack on Srebrenica commenced on the 2nd of July, 1995, finished on the 11th of July. Within Srebrenica, 8,372 people were actually killed, but there were another 7,000 who were captured as they tried to escape.
Sorry, Alderman Hussey, bring your remarks to close.
I will do. They were executed. Simple. It wasn't that they died in battle or in shell fire or anything. They were captured and they were shot. That massacre rightly needs to be remembered, and I thank Councillor McKinney for bringing the motion. But let's not forget also the other atrocities that happened throughout Bosnia during this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Alderman Corrigan.
Thank you for allowing me in, Mayor, and I do thank Alderman or Councillor McKinney for bringing the motion, and we're content with the amendment as well by Councillor Boyle. And again, that's the state that I suppose we were, while I was still at school at that stage, and you remembered seeing, what you counted as a European country just imploding, and the devastation that occurred there. I mean, when we do look at your history, it was always, the Balkans was always a volatile area, but it was such, when you seen the atrocities that were taking place by neighbours and people living so close to each other, and just the way the nation was ripped apart, and it was a real tragedy that occurred there, and it should be remembered. And as I say, in those few days there in July '95, as Alderman Hussey has stated there, stated that 8,372 men and boys were slaughtered. And again, we have to remember that these things are continuing. One just point of clarification, Mayor, if it can be asked there, but maybe it's okay there. It's just, and the use of the term genocide in it. Again, I have no issue. I believe that's what it is. But I did, when I was looking into it there, is there not something stating that according to UN resolution in 8th of July 15, that it has not been recognised as a genocide, that was blocked by Russia and China. So I'm just wondering if we can use the term genocide. I mean, I would be minded that it is, but I would just seek clarification on that, because I believe that the UN resolution states that it's not a genocide. So that's just a point of clarification. But, you know, it's everything, even if it's officially maybe not on word, it was an atrocity that took place. And again, we have to still remember that these things have happened and they're continuing to happen. You know, there is still effectively genocide taking place in Darfur. You know, even up to today, and the genocide that took place from the Yazidi Muslims there in northern Iraq by ISIS, where over 5,000 were killed.
Man, can you bring your remarks to a close?
So no, Mayor, we're more than content to support the motion put forward and welcome it. Thank you very much, Mayor.
And I think Councillor Boyce came on and answered that for you too. So he is in the chat box. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor McKenna for bringing this motion. People Before Profit are happy to support this motion and the amendment before us. And I think it's you know, it's important to remember that you know, this war began and was perpetrated by the new elite, the ethnocratic elite, against ordinary people in Bosnia after a political vacuum when there was economic instability after the death of Tito. But I think it's also important to kind of note as well that the nature of their peace agreement in the Balkans has actually entrenched the ethnic divisions that were ruthlessly carved out during the war, and it's left political parties with little incentive to appeal beyond their ethnic base. And this indeed was a genocide. However, Bosnian genocide denial has been on the rise, and this is due to the rise of the far right. And there's a wave of far right ideologies and growing networks, not just in Southern and Eastern Europe, but globally. And the threat of far right ideologies in the Balkans has been neglected, and it's now been normalised, and the region really is under threat of destabilisation. The threat of far right ideologies, it just doesn't exist there, but here also, and we have to really take the threat of the far right seriously. And we only need to look back in the history of the fascist upsurge of the 1920s and 30s, which led to World War II. The far right here and across the world bases itself on a mix of toxic ideologies with white nationalism, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, and racism, with a privileged position in society directing attention to whipping up divisions towards minorities and oppressed groups. And, you know, I think it's really important, the amendment, because we need to learn from these experiences, and we need to learn from history. And what we must do is stand together and united against all forms of hate. We need to stand in solidarity with minority and oppressed groups. And we need to be motivated by creating a fairer, more equal society for the majority of people, embracing the strength which diversity brings. So I think that amendment is really important.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, you bring your remarks to a close.
Right, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Members, I don't see any more indicated speakers on the amendment, and I'm going to take a vote. Members, I don't hear any dissenting voices. Anybody against the amendment? Put on the chat box, or
Mayor, could somebody perhaps ask Councillor McKenna if he would like to sum up?
it's actually on. No, John, it's on the amendment here.
Right, okay, right.
It's actually on your amendment.
We may well fall
Can
together.
I come in, Mayor? I accept the amendment. I have no problem with it.
No, it doesn't matter. Still amendment. Okay, members, there's no more. We're going to take a vote. I don't hear any dissenting voices on it, and I'm going to take the amendment as passed. I'm going to pass now to you, Philip, on the substantial motion. Please sum up.
Thank you,
Councillor
Mayor.
McKenna.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Right. First of all, thank you all for your contributions. It's much appreciated. And thank you, John, for the amendment. It's quite right that we should respect the whole conflict that took place in the Balkans. What I'd just like to say is we, as in the human race, we just never seem to learn from previous events in history. The Nazis, Cambodia, Rwanda. The acts that took place in Srebrenica were fueled by sectarian hatred caused by ignorance and politicians stoking the fire. Can we and are we country learn lessons from this? And the answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor McKinney. Now, members, going to take the substantial motion. Is there any, I'm not hearing any dissenting voices on the substantial motion. Is there any members against that? So that's unanimous. Thank you, Councillor McKinney and Councillor Boyd for that. Moving on, members, going to move on to Councillor Heaney. Just we'll get it up here. So, Councillor Heaney, to move. Have you a seconder, Councillor Heaney?
I think a motion is read.
Yeah, happy to second, Sandra.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Go ahead, Councillor Heaney.
Thanks, Mayor. And it is appropriate that this motion follows on from the comments of many members in the previous motion. Sectarianism and sectarian segregation remain major barriers to building a better future. They represent significant blockages to achieving a future defined by respect, inclusion, and equality. For as long as we fail to successfully address sectarianism and division, then intolerance, bigotry, and fear will continue. The potential for instability and conflict will be ever present. Sinn Féin is absolutely committed to challenging sectarianism in all its manifestations and ensuring the development of a culture of respect for all identities, cultures, and traditions. We believe an integrated society is required which protects the values and places of religious and cultural significance. And unfortunately, as we've seen from earlier discussions, this issue is here in our city and district, whether it's the incidents that happened in Castleberry, which were discussed earlier, whether it's the prevalence of offensive flags on the entrances to our city, whether that's, well, in particular, parachute regiment flags, given that we were discussing Bloody Sunday earlier as well, or indeed whether it's possible sectarian symbols that may appear in bonfires in nationalist areas later this next month. All are manifestations of sectarian that we need to tackle. The intolerance and bigotry and fear which perpetuate sectarianism and sectarian segregation will not be wished away. Sinn Féin calls for an agreement on a new legal definition of sectarianism entrenched in law with the legal force of legal sanction against actions which are motivated by sectarianism, including robust incitement to hatred provisions. This would draw on the provisions of existing Scottish legislation and the experience and practice of the Scottish Nil by Mouth charity, which exists to challenge sectarianism and promote society where cultural and religious diversity is respected and celebrated by everyone. Mutual respect for all traditions must be the benchmark for progress towards a shared society. So I hope members can support this motion and add to our good relations policy so that we can specifically try and tackle this issue in our city and district. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Heaney. Councillor McKinney.
Again, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Heaney, for bringing this motion. I mean, I've just spoke about the appalling events in Srebrenica. This was caused by sectarianism and conflicting nationalities. Here in our wee country, we constantly see the effects of sectarianism, which is fed by some politicians. In fact, this evening we witnessed this in the chamber, in my opinion. And in East Belfast, we see the Irish school and the Scullion and the Celta having to close because of sectarianism in East Belfast. And can I just read something out, please, from the headmistress of that school? I feel genuinely great pity for those individuals who have filled with such hatred and bigotry. And thank God, whilst I am very strong, staunch unionist, I have no understanding of that hatred or bigotry or why they are threatened by 2.5-year-olds coming into school space, a shared space, to learn how to say colours, words and numbers in Irish. It doesn't threaten my unionism, nor would one word spoken in Irish threaten my unionism, nor will it ever. And that was said by the principal of Braniel School. And I have nothing more further to say, but we will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kenny. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. And on behalf of the SDLP, we're happy to support this motion from Councillor Heaney. I think it's appropriately timed that this motion is coming before this council when, and I think Councillor Heaney referred to this in his own remarks, we will unfortunately see sectarianism rear its ugly head in this city and further afield over this next couple of weeks. And we have seen it rear its ugly head right across the north over the last couple of months. I don't understand, and I have tried to comprehend what someone gets from burning the Irish tricolour or the Union Jack on a bonfire. It makes absolute no sense to me, but since my involvement with the Bonfire Working Group, I have tried to understand that, but I can't. I also don't understand why anyone in the roads under this city would want to hang a parachute regiment flag from a lamppost whenever that has untold effect on many, many families across this city and district. But Mayor, I genuinely believe that to address the problem of sectarianism across our society, we need to start with children, because unfortunately, I don't think we will be able to change the hearts and minds of our older residents. So we have to start with children and try and bring communities together. I have, and I've said this before, learned an awful lot about the unionist tradition through my involvement with the Bonfire Working Group, and actually find it quite interesting, the work that we do. But we need to start with children and let children explore and understand the different traditions that exist on this part of the island. And it's only by doing that will we be able to stamp out sectarianism for once and for all. I believe that this motion for everyone in this chamber is, with no disrespect to Councillor Heaney, it's a no-brainer that everyone is going to support it. But it's more than just support.
Councillor Tierney, you bring your words to a close, please.
It's about actions, and our actions and the actions of our community. So over the next couple of weeks, I would appeal to people on this call and further afield. If something's wrong, call it out for being wrong, regardless of where it happens. It's wrong to hang a parachute regiment flag in new buildings, Mayor. It's wrong to burn the Union Jack in the Bogside, and it's wrong to burn the tricolour in the Fountain or anywhere else. And people on this call need to show leadership and start calling that out and showing that we are adamant that we're going to try our best to stamp out sectarianism. But on behalf of the SDLP, Mayor, I'm only too happy to support this motion, and I look forward to the rolling out of it in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Moving on, members. Councillor Hargan.
Thanks, Mayor. We welcome any initiative that challenges sectarianism, and we want to add an amendment to this, and I'm just going to put it in the chat group. We're told every day that the biggest division in society is unionist versus nationalist. We as socialists think the biggest division in our society is between the elites and the vast majority of working class people. The great socialist James Connolly's contention was that sectarianism and sectarian hatred were utilised by elites and the powerful to protect the status quo of inequality by keeping working class people in the north and across this island divided. And that's why he spent so much time campaigning to bring working class communities together around common aims. And he often had to go up against unionists and nationalists when he was attempting to do that. And since the foundation of this state that we live in, sectarian and sectarianism has been used to maintain social injustice and inequality. Every time those people who were facing sectarian discrimination rose up against it or organised against it, or when workers tried to come together across the sectarian divide, sectarianism was whipped up to try and stop that unity from happening. The DUP and others have tried to promote an idea that Protestant working class communities have lost out over the last 25 years. It's not true. All working class communities have lost out over the last 25 years. and to say differently actually whips up a sectarian narrative. We think we need a serious anti-sectarian strategy, but the problem for us is that the Good Friday Agreement, in our opinion, actually legitimizes, reinforces, and perpetuates sectarian division by forcing people into unionist and nationalist blocs. This leads to a political carve-up for the political establishment parties that is reinforced every day. And a lot of people, as people will know, reject that bloc and are now saying they don't identify with either of the main traditions here.
Could you bring your remarks to a close,
My
Councillor
final point is, as socialists who are neither unionist or nationalist, we believe working class unity here and across the island is the key to ending the virus of sectarianism. The united strike action of bus workers in Belfast during loyalist violence was an excellent example of the power of working class unity. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Harlan. So, members, we have an amendment on, and it's been seconded by Councillor Doyle and Councillor Barr. Do you want to speak on the amendment on the both?
I actually want to insert another small amendment, Mayor.
Can't take it. At the moment, we'll get this one done.
That's fine.
Okay, moving on. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, just having a quick, no problem with the motion, Chair, having a quick read at the amendment. Don't seem to have any issues with that. But Chair, look, sectarianism is wrong, but I think we have to realise where sectarianism comes from, and there's a line in the proclamation where it says differences carefully fostered by an alien government. Sectarianism doesn't just appear. Sectarianism is used to divide and conquer, to have people at each other's throats. It's wrong, and you can't fight sectarianism with more sectarianism. The problem I have, Chair, is that the system in the 6 counties is sectarian. The government in the 6 counties is sectarian, and sometimes it suits people on both sides to play an orange and green card. And whilst that system is in place, then we will have inherent sectarianism. But the sentiments have absolutely no problem with the sentiments. And I done a bit of a tour there not that long ago with Seamus Breslin and Guy Temple from the Fountain, and during that we travelled around the town, including the Fountain, Bond Street, the Triangle, Bishop Street, where we were informed of some of the actions that happened in June in 1920. And some of the stories, we visited a graveyard in the Waterside, a young man called James Dobbin, and who ended up being shot and put in the foil, Protestant at the time, where sectarian divisions were rampant. There's nothing to be achieved from sectarianism, but I don't believe it will come. Defeating sectarianism needs to come from the grassroots up. It needs to come from our day-to-day activities. I don't see it working with policies from the top down, but absolutely no problem with the sentiments of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Doyle on the amendment.
Either or, Mayor, I don't mind. I have no issue with the obviously the substantive motion either. What I would say is, and I don't remember who said it, but I know they said it quite respectfully, and I mean this respectfully as well. Of course, this is a no-brainer. I mean, there's no one in this council is going to say, no, we don't want to address sectarianism. But, let's take our blinkers off. Come election time, this place turns into a madhouse, rampant on sectarianism. This is the only place where you can find people of the same denominations stepping aside for one another in order to win seats at elections. This is the only place where election candidates in places like North Belfast will hand out leaflets identifying how many Catholics and Protestants there are in the constituency. And there are parties, obviously, in this chamber who are quite happy to acquiesce in voting pacts and stepping aside for each other in order to maintain either a unionist or nationalist seat. So it's a bit rich for people to then come on and wax lyrical about sectarianism. I've no doubt, and I have to say that the proposer's motion is anything but sincere. But let's see action on it, because this has been going on for as far as I can remember. And if we're going to do that, then let's have a commitment from all parties that there will be no more sectarian headcount elections, and no more stepping aside to allow unionists or nationalists to remain in seats. Let's allow people to have their say, because electoral pacts are sectarian, and let's see action on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And look, the DUP has no problem in supporting the notice of motion coming forward, and we have no problem in supporting the amendment, Mayor, coming forward. I just want to go back to what Councillor Harkins said. Look, he maintained that the DUP said it's only working class suffered. I don't believe that. I've never heard that, nor I've never stated it. I believe many unionists, whether from working class or whatever, suffered through many of the qualities he has here in his amendment. But when we look at sectarian and sectarian segregation, I just want to take the sectarianism, and it was spoke about earlier on in the meeting in regards to an issue in Castleberg, I think, by Councillor McHugh. Sectarianism is fairly rife in the city, and when I'm a public representative, and there are days when I'm walking from the car park to the Guildhall when we're having meetings there. I had sectarian abuse hurled at me, but I'm big enough and broad enough on the shoulders to take it and laugh at it and carry on. But what really annoys me is when we have young people or people who travel across into the city centre or into Strabane town with a Northern Ireland top or a Rangers top on, who get verbally abused because of a football team. And look, I can walk past someone wearing a Celtic top or a GAA top. I may not support GAA or Celtic, but at least I can walk past and look at the top without hurling sectarian abuse. And I think the worst abuse I've ever heard, Mayor, was a woman that came to me about a year and a half ago who was in a shopping centre in the Waterside, and her baby in the pram was about 2-year-old and was wearing a small Rangers top, and two adults wearing Celtic tops, one of them spat at the child in the pram. Now, I have to say, that is sectarianism and is wrong. And I just want to move on, Mayor, quite quickly on to segregation. And I want to just read out there what segregation means. Setting someone apart from others. And that means division. And, while I support the motion, I just want to remind the proposer of this motion that his party supported a campaign that the IRA carried out over the Troubles, Mayor. And when we look at the ethnic cleansing of our border areas and the ethnic cleansing of the city of 20,000 unionists, known as the Exodus, that was sectarian segregation.
Alder Devaney, could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
I will, Mayor, and quite rightly. And those were quite evident to me the year that we opened the Peace Bridge, where people from the city side who met people who were shoved out of the city side hadn't met one another for 30 years. And I think those are the issues that we nearly read about. And we talk about flags. I see different Republican flags. I see all types, the Starry Plough and stuff like that there flying. And those issues have to be all addressed too. But Chair, no problem in supporting the amendment and the motion.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. Sectarianism is a major blight in our society. The majority of our citizens want nothing more than a normal society free from sectarianism. But we continue to see a divided society, both in our schools and our communities, all as a result, which has led to the sectarianisation of our society. One side claims the other to be sectarian, hateful and bigoted, but we have all been guilty at some stage And until we realise that, we cannot address the issues. To make changes, we need to change minds. And this can only be done by educating from a young age. But then these school children go back to their segregated housing estates, and so the cycle continues. In our city, we're divided by a river. The beginning of the Troubles, burning of Protestant businesses and firebombing them, the build-up of sectarian hate, were all led and caused the exodus of thousands of Protestants from the city side to the waterside areas and further afield. There's no doubt Catholics have had their houses burnt, people have been burnt out of their homes in the waterside and other parts of Northern Ireland. We just look at things like at the start of the Troubles with like Bombay Street and so on. All that was wrong. No one should be ever forced to flee their home anywhere. And it should be condemned no matter what. Question was recently asked, would we ever see the return of Protestant families to the city side? Who knows? But mindsets must be changed, because sectarianism is an awful, awful thing that just divides. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Okay, members, I'm going to take this amendment if vote now. I'm not really hearing any dissenting voices on it. Is there any members there against the amendment? And thank you, Councillor Parr, on that request. So, members, I'm going to go back to Councillor Heaney on the substantial. The amendment passing is going to go back to Councillor Heaney to sum up the substantial.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I want to thank members for their comments. Obviously, some felt that they had to make their own political perspectives known on that, and that's fair enough. But at its central core, there's agreement that we need to tackle this issue. And it's important that this council shows that we're taking the issue seriously, and in fact leading by example, because we will be the first council to directly focus on this issue in a way that others, and I would like to see other councils follow the lead of Derry and Strabane Council and also other statutory agencies across the piece, so that there's a clear policy implemented that starts to really tackle this in a credible way, as I mentioned in my earlier comments. And it is appropriate that I brought it at this period. We were talking earlier in this meeting about incidents that are happening, and other members have raised other issues. So it's to send out a very positive message from this meeting tonight that this motion is getting passed, hopefully unanimously, over this summer period, and maybe we'll set a tone for the rest of the summer that will hopefully have a positive impact and lessen the sectarian scourge that still blights us. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for the sum up, Councillor Heaney. Okay, members, moving on to the vote now on the substantial motion. I am not hearing any dissenting voices. Was there anybody against the substantial motion? No, that's all good. So the motion passes. Members, I am going to take a 10-minute comfort break here. I'll see you back at 20 to 11. Come around 11:15. I'm going to see where we're standing with the rest of the business. And I'm hoping to get this finished tonight, just to let you know. So we'll see how it goes. So I'll see you in 10 minutes, members. Okay, members, welcome back. The next motion is in Councillor Trinity move.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to take a motion as read, please.
Thank you, Councillor Trinity. Will be a seconder.
Happy to second it, Chair Martin Riley.
Thank you, Councillor Reddy. Go ahead, Brad.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, New Decade, New Approach has a number of commitments within it, which I believe will have a positive impact on the lives of all of the people of this area if delivered effectively and appropriately, just like the city deal. But currently, there's no one driving our lobby for those commitments in New Decade, New Approach to be delivered. And it's my view that the city deal only really, and the lobby for the city deal only really got off the ground when Councillor Martin Riley proposed that Council supported in 2014. It's now my view that we need to get focused efforts now going to get out and deliver for the commitments within New Decade, New Approach, and we need someone leading the charge. It's my view that we need to set up a working group to do this. The working group will be similar to the current City Deal working group, and people may feel that this work should sit within that group. However, I feel that that group have enough work to be doing, focusing on delivering of the City Deal. This council needs to pull together, where needed, partners to help deliver on these commitments. And I appreciate that not all partners will have any knowledge or expertise of how and what it is we need to deliver, but they all should be involved as and where they're needed. We all know, Mayor, that there's no British minister, no Irish government minister, or even any minister in the executive that's going to land in Derry anytime soon with funding commitment, unless this council and everyone within it is putting on a strong force to lobby them. So I believe that this council has, and our partners have the experience in pulling together those people that we need to make this happen, and that they will then deliver on the commitments within New Decade, New Approach, which I hope those commitments and the commitments within the City Deal will greatly improve the lives of everyone that we represent. Mayor, I said in my response to the last motion that that was a no-brainer. I think this is a no-brainer too. This isn't about party politics. This isn't about he said or she said. This is about delivery. It's about this council, in my opinion, leading the way with all of the strategic partners around the table, all of the political parties and independents involved, and everyone pulling together to make sure that we can deliver change that's badly needed within the city and district. And I put the motion to the floor, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for Councillor Trinity. Councillor Sandra Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Brian for bringing forward the motion. I agree there are many opportunities presenting to our city and district, and this has to be welcomed after decades of underinvestment and, in fact, deliberate disinvestment. Sinn Féin have been focused on this work for some time, ensuring that we did get the City Deal proposal over the line, and then the vital investment through the Future Fund coming from the Department of Finance Minister Conor Murphy, which has delivered real transformational funding emanating in the inclusive growth deal for the city and region. The New Decade New Approach Agreement was signed in January last year following extensive discussions with all the parties in the North and the Irish and British governments. It has also presented the North West region with many opportunities and commitments for local delivery. NDNA provided a lot of hope in the North in spite of the uncertainty and instability caused by Brexit. But unfortunately, the British government defaulted on their financial commitments almost before the ink was dry in the agreement. We have all played a key role in ensuring that Derry and the North West featured heavily in the agreement to address the real need for strategic investment. The Irish government committed to exploring opportunities to invest in Derry, Strabane and the North West City region. The insertion of the Ulster University Magee campus expansion was absolutely essential for Sinn Féin to buy into the agreement. But this cannot be another false dawn for Derry in the North West, and we need clarity on many of the specific commitments. We need clarity on the financial commitments of both governments, and we need clarity on who is responsible for taking many of these commitments forward. It must also be said that NDNA must be fully implemented, as again we are seeing the British government attempt to hollow out and renege on its commitments, particularly around legacy. Sinn Féin would be happy to participate in any group or meeting that looks to explore these opportunities, And I would agree with what Councillor Tierney has said around the working group does sit naturally within the existing City Deal and Capital Working Group, but perhaps a single item agenda meeting could be an initial way forward, and we could look then at what's best, but happy to support the motion in its current form. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair, for letting some. And like the proposer himself said, I think this is duplication with the city working deal. But see what my big concerns is this so-called new decade, new approach. That we've seen coming out of the hastily established new Stormont. We've seen many a thing in it that has gone nowhere, is going nowhere, and won't go nowhere. And I think by lumping some potential that we have around the city and district city deal, I think that lumping it into new decade, new approach actually jeopardizes it. I think that the working group the council already has established can act and do the work and not jeopardize it. I think getting into this new decade, new approach, we won't see our 10,000 students. We won't see our legacy getting addressed. We won't see the Irish Language Act, and will jeopardise some progress that has been made through the council's working group. So I think that's where it should stay, and I don't think that we should deviate out of the city deal working group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Doyle.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Brian for bringing this forward. I've no issue with the proposal to set up a working group, but I think we have to put NDNA in context. Look, the politicians didn't willingly walk back up the hill back in the apartment buildings. They wouldn't have gone back. Only nurses scared the life out of them by going on strike. And let's be honest about that. And I can just see, whilst I try not to be negative about NDNA, but I can just see it next May. Vote X, and we will implement new decade, new approach. We can almost write the script for it. We've been here before with other so-called agreements. Obviously, in terms of new decade, new approach, and I referred to it in my own motion earlier. The detox centre is obviously something that's very dear to me, and a lot of other people. And just to clarify on, I went searching for something there earlier whenever we had our initial conversation about this, and I came across C93, which is we discussed in February, and this was a unanimous motion passed by this council, and it says that this council, in support of many families and communities in this district who have lost loved ones due to alcohol or substance addictions, call on the Northern Ireland Executive to immediately bring forward proposals for the capital and recurring resource funding of an addiction centre as outlined in new decade, new approach. So, previous conversations, that's obviously blows that out of the water. So look, I don't want to be in a position to be negative about this, but I haven't seen any delivery. And when it comes down to having to have a conversation with officials here, there, and everywhere, helpful and all as they are, to try and progress things on behalf of constituents, because big parties and ministers and secretaries of state want to play games with it. It's very disheartening. People need to see delivery.
You're bringing your remarks to a close.
Nobody wants to see this as another false dawn. I support it, but I think we should see it in context.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to bring forward an amendment, and let me explain why. Look, there was things included in New Decade, New Approach that we want to see delivered here for people. 10,000 students for McGee, the expansion and development of public transportation, including rail, investment to drive job growth and of good paying jobs, strengthening our public services. And these are all things that we've been campaigning for, that we've been demanding. I have no problem with the council initiating a working group, but I have to say, why is this being thrown back on us? Shouldn't the Stormont executive be taking the lead on actually committing and following through on the things that they've signed up for? It shouldn't just be thrown back to the Derry and Strabane Council. We've already lobbied for this. That's why it's included in the new decade, new approach. So it's up to the Stormont executive now to actually deliver. And we have representatives from all the big parties are represented in the executive from here. So why are you not up there saying the Northwest has to be a priority and we're going to make it a priority and we're not going to shut up about the Northwest until all these commitments that are in new decade, new approach that the people of Derry have been campaigning for, have demanded and have got written into this agreement are delivered on. So I think we have to put it back on the Stormont executive. What are you going to do right now to deliver on these things that you've said that you signed up for? I think it's completely unfair just to say, bring it back to the council, to lobby again for the things that we've already won. So I think that's the logic of this proposal, to make the Stormont executive responsible for the things that they've signed up for, and our representatives should be leading the campaign in Stormont to make sure they're delivered on. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, members, there's a amendment put on the floor here. Have we a seconder?
I'll second, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Doyle. Alderman Devery, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just reading the amendment at the moment. Just want to wait till it comes up here to get a good read at it while I'm speaking. But I think I've got the gist of the amendment. And look, Mayor, we have no problem in supporting the amendment. I think we should use every opportunity that we can to maximise our support for the city deal and the NDNA to deliver for the city, Strabane and district. And I think Councillor Harkin has a fairly valid point that we should be accessing our MLAs and pushing them to raise the issues at Stormont to deliver. But Mayor, we have no problem with supporting the amendment and if it goes through the substantial motion then. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Alderman Devery. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think some of the issues within the proposal have already been highlighted. I'm not sure. I think it was maybe Councillor Duffy who referred to what the proposer himself had said, that there is work going on within the capital working group, within the city deal working group, and I'm mindful also of the Northwest Regional Development Group, and there's task forces and working groups, and I'm thinking to myself, and perhaps when summing up, the proposer can enlighten me on this. Who that doesn't already inhabit some of these other groups, who would be brought to this new working group? What different personnel would be coming into these groups? And I suppose we've got to be mindful of time when we're asking people from outside our own organisation, I presume, to be within these groups. Quite often we're asking the same people, and there can be difficulties in getting these folk along to meetings. Are we in? I'd hate to think we were in danger of reaching a stage of establishing committees to design a horse and ending up with a camel, with the confusion that can evolve. And indeed, I'm mindful of the extra pressure on our own staff, who presumably will be servicing extra groups that come in, and possibly a duplication of work that's already been done. And I suppose from a membership point of view, do we reach a stage where there are that many meetings outside of the normal council thing that we're not able to actually hold our council committees and council meetings because everybody's away doing something else. So, you know, I like the idea of concentrating on the working group, and I think it was Councillor Duffy who actually said then perhaps some meeting to consider this and tease out these thoughts that are in my head. Certainly, you know, if the motion is put as stands, I'm content to support it, but I'm concerned about the implications and the servicing, etc., and the personnel going on to that as we go forward. I think actually the amendment augments better the actual motion. And I mean, there is a responsibility on the Stormont Executive.
Councillor Hussey, could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
There is an imperative on the Stormont Executive to get their act together as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that. Alderman Hussey. Members, I don't see any further speakers on the amendment, so I'm going to take it to a vote. Members, I don't hear any dissenting voices against the amendment. Is there any? Oh. Councillor Donnelly abstaining. Is there anybody against the amendment? Okay, members, just Councillor Donnelly going to abstain, and everybody's for. Okay. The amendment passes. Now going back, Councillor Turney, do you want to sum up?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And just for the record, we have no issue with the amendment either. We would welcome the executive setting up a Northwest working group to try and look at how it can best deliver for this area. No issue with that whatsoever. When opening the motion, Mayor, you'll recall that I said I thought this was a no-brainer. Maybe I read that wrong. Listening to some of the responses. There is a responsibility, without doubt, on the executive to deliver for this area. I think there's a responsibility on the two governments also to deliver on their commitments with a new decade, new approach. But like I said, I don't believe that any British minister, Irish government minister, or any executive minister is going to land in Derry and Strabane anytime soon with a lot of funding and tell us all how we're all going to live and what projects we're going to develop. I think there's a responsibility on all of us as elected representatives and us as a council to go out and make sure that we're getting that delivery. Councillor Gallagher, I think it was, said words to the effect that it's going nowhere. It's going nowhere unless you drive it somewhere. And this motion is my way of trying to prepare to drive it right up to the heart of the executive, to the British government and the Irish government, to make sure that they live up to their commitments, which they have signed up to and are co-guarantor for with a new decade, new approach. That's what we want to do. It's not about sitting back and blaming everybody else. It's not about blaming the bigger parties or blaming the Secretary of State. It's about getting up, providing leadership for all the citizens across this area and making sure that we're doing our job by trying to deliver for them. That's the reason for this motion. Councillor Duffy and Alderman Hussey talked about maybe having a meeting to discuss how we do this. The proposal from me tonight is that we set up a working group to look at the commitments with a new decade, new approach. That's what it is. It's not a meeting. It's a focused working group to make sure that we're doing all we can to get the two governments and the executive to live up to the commitments that they have done. And that's what I'm putting before this council. If they want to have a meeting, then they should have amended.
Councillor Turney, you bring your remarks to a close, please.
Yes, if they want to have a meeting about it, then they should have amended the motion to that effect. I want a working group, and that's what's before the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Turney. Okay, going back to the substantial motion. Is there anybody against it? If you are against that, put it on the chat box or make yourself notice now. So that's unanimous. Councillor Donnelly is stating. Okay, members, the substantial motion passes. Members moving forward, Councillor Ferguson, the move. That motion up.
Thank you, Mayor. I take the motion as read.
And have you a
Second it.
seconder?
I'll second it.
Who's that?
Councillor Roon.
Thank you.
Mayor, over 1 in 4 pregnancies result in a miscarriage, and I'm sure everyone in this virtual chamber has a friend, family member, or loved one who's been touched by a loss of a pregnancy. Add in then that anyone impacted before the 24 weeks is not entitled to leave or protection under the current work legislation and usually have to take sick leave or annual leave, only exasperating a really emotional and traumatic and sometimes not allowing for enough time to process and properly grieve the loss. Far too long have women felt the need to hide their stories around miscarrying. I've heard many spoken in hushed tones. Women feel the need not to upset others with their pain, even going as far as finding out during a workday and hiding it until they get home. My own personal story was that I lost my daughter very early on in my pregnancy and had to wait 6 weeks to see if she would survive. Um, the first doctor I had seen said I was having a miscarriage and not to get too attached, and then told me a story of how the term hysterical was derived from the word hysterectomy. Lucky enough, my daughter survived and is now turning 7 in a few weeks, but many women have to go through miscarriages and then just pretend it doesn't hurt, that they weren't attached and tell themselves anything so that they can just get through it. We need to do better. The Parental Bereavement Bill was introduced in the Assembly last month, which aims to bring statutory paid leave for those who have lost a child under 18 or after 24 weeks of during a pregnancy. And if passed, it will bring Northern Ireland into line with other parts of the UK. Kelly Armstrong MLA is also bringing a private member's bill to extend the leave to those who suffered miscarriage prior to the 24 weeks. As this is going through, many other companies across the UK and Ireland are not waiting for the legislation, but are implementing their own policy first. Belfast City Council passed this motion to committee earlier this month thanks to my party colleague who has experienced many miscarriages, Councillor Michelle Kelly, and she hoped it would encourage all other councils to follow along. I brought this motion to show our support to anyone who's experienced the pain of a loss of a pregnancy. I hope that this will help open up the conversation so that no one feels ashamed to talk about their loss and it allows people the room to grieve and process. I hope you will support this motion and the Council will bring forward and implement a compassionate bereavement policy which includes both stillbirths and miscarriage, both after and prior to 24 weeks. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Burke.
Thanks, Mayor. And I just want to start by thanking Councillor Ferguson for bringing forward this motion this evening. As she has said, this topic is something that I'm sure in one way or the other has affected almost everybody in this chamber, be it either personally or through your families, friends, having suffering through this terrible ordeal. And people should have the right to be able to grieve without any added financial pressures that come from having to take leave or sick days during this awful period. Paid leave for parents that experience stillbirth or loss of a child is something in Sinn Féin we feel is an important step forward and one we are happy to support as a party. As a party, we believe that paid leave for the death of a child should be a day one right for all employees, and further to that, paid leave should also be available for parents who have suffered miscarriages during pregnancy. As the motion states, and tells us the number of organisations and companies across this island is increasing who are offering paid leave to their employees, with the likes of Lidl there just last month being one of the most recent. This for us represents a major step forward for workers' rights and allows parents going through this awful tragedy the support that they need during what I can only imagine is a very traumatic and difficult time in their lives. We are aware of the Parental Bereavement Bill, as Councillor Ferguson alluded to, which is currently going through Stormont, and I'm sure we all agree here is long overdue, given that up until this point there is no statutory entitlement for families suffering this ordeal. And as a party, and I'm sure as others in this chamber, we would all agree we have a responsibility to help shape that legislation to ensure it delivers for parents and is best fit for purpose. This motion and indeed the debates that have been going on both at local and national level are ultimately about providing compassionate support to all parents suffering the loss of a child or children. And as a party, we're happy to support it. As a council, we have always strived to lead from the front across a number of issues, and this should be no different. And I would just like to thank again Rachel Ferguson for bringing such a relevant and important motion forward this evening. Gora Milgate.
Thank you for that, Councillor Burke. Councillor Cusack.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, on behalf of the SDLP, I'd like to thank Councillor Ferguson for this very worthwhile and important issue. I don't think anybody who hasn't been through the heartbreak and trauma of losing a child before or after birth can fully appreciate what parents, and I know many, endure for a very long time, if not forever. The last thing they should have to worry about is being forced back to work under threat of being financially penalised, and every employer, both here and beyond, should be sympathetic to that and should work to help these individuals. Mayor, while I don't want to change, amend or detract from anything in the motion, I would just like to add that as a council and as a community workforce, we should not overlook or exclude those desperate to be parents, the pain and anguish of unsuccessful IVF treatments, and give consideration that they too have very few, if any, rights to compassionate leave or even very basic bereavement support. So if they could be remembered in any kind of way, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cusack. Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Rachel, for bringing this forward. It's a very practical way for us to be able to support the employees of council, but also to send a message out that that this should be the norm for people who have lost a child. I know that some months ago we had a presentation from a number of charities around perinatal care and mental health in particular. I think that the progression of that and the strategy we spoke about earlier on is something to be welcomed, and this should be just a constituent part of that overall care package. We should also be ensuring that we can fight for mother and baby unit to be here in the north, and that our citizens and staff have access to it when they need it, because as much as we can, we should be ensuring that we have that practical support in place for what is an unimaginably painful no doubt period in people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Doyle. Alderman Guy?
Thanks, Mayor. Listen, I'm not going to cover anything that hasn't already been said, but I just want to put on record that we fully back this motion, and I'd like to thank Councillor Ferguson for bringing forward this motion. Very meaningful, thoughtful, and I think it's a great addition to the council. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alderman Guy. Alderman McCluskey?
Thank you, Mayor. And I think it's only those who have suffered the loss of stillbirth or a miscarriage can truly understand the trauma that it causes. Miscarriage in so many ways is sometimes the hidden trauma, but I mean the result of it can be very long lasting. There are even cases where people go on to have really a post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of the trauma that they experience with maybe repeated miscarriages or stillbirths. And it obviously in some cases does lead to some women having mental health issues. And I think in this too, we have to remember the men as well, because they're often so affected as well, and we don't always remember that. I think it is wrong that anybody should be requested to take sick leave or annual leave at this traumatic time. We should be doing all that we can to help them in these very difficult times. And of course, the long-lasting effects can mean that when someone does go on to have another successful pregnancy, in many ways it can be that can be a traumatic and a difficult time for them because of the worry that they will suffer during that time. So hopefully as a council, Mayor, we can go forward with a compassionate and fair proposal for anybody who has this awful trauma hanging over them. I'm sure that we will be able to do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Alderman McCluskey. Councillor O'Neill?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Ferguson for bringing this really important motion forward this evening. it's and thanks also for her sharing her own personal experience. These rights are really essential for women and pregnant people. The loss of a child, it can be very hidden and miscarriage, and it can be lonely and traumatic. And to have to take your sick leave, or even with bereavement leave, it's often only 3 days, which really isn't enough time to heal. And I think these rights within terms and conditions for employers are completely essential, and it's really good to see the more progressive legislation for this coming through, Stormont. And I look forward to seeing what proposals that council do bring forward, because I know that there are some really good standards where this you get your full maternity leave if you do miscarriage after 20 weeks, even though I think the law only qualifies it for after 24 weeks. So I think council can really set the bar here in terms of how progressive this legislation can be to support those pregnant people who have a miscarriage or stillbirth. So thanks again, Rachel.
Thank you, members. Last speaker here, Councillor Riley. We'll get Rachel to sum up.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in. Just to declare an interest in this item as a member staff for the Alzheimer's Society, while 100% fully supporting the motion that Councillor Ferguson has put before us and spoke so eloquently here this evening in relation to her own personal experience. There is a campaign underway led by Marie Curie and others, of which the Alzheimer's Society is involved, to widen out the parental bereavement legislation going through the Assembly to include carers as well. So just wanted to put that on the record and to declare an interest in this motion, given my capacity as an employee of the Alzheimer's Society, Mayor. But as I said, just to agree wholeheartedly with the motion that's before us. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Riley. I called you last speaker, so I'm going to bring Councillor Ferguson now to sum up. And very well done, Rachel, on that motion.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everyone's support on this. I think it's only right that we share our own story so that we can open up the conversation. And I think I want to thank Councillor Cusack for bringing forward the people going through IVF, because I do think that should be included. So I do look forward to working with all councillors on this, and Councillor Riley, and widen this out for our council staff when the papers come through to the relevant committee, and hopefully we will find a progressive policy going forward, and we'll set the trend and lead the way. Thank you all again.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ferguson. Members, hear no dissenting voices on this motion, and members, it's passed unanimously. So the motion of Councillor Ferguson passes. Moving on, members, Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, just before we begin, I would like to say I submitted the motion bilingually, and it hasn't appeared like that in the paper. So I just want to point that out. I think it's happened a couple of times now. So just before I go on, I just wanted to make that point. But taking the motion as read.
Can I have a seconder there?
And that, Michaela.
Second, Councillor Fleming.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fleming. Where, Councillor Duffy?
Thank you. Gurmagh, Mayor. We all want to be able to shape our own futures. We want to be able to have our say on the things that are important to us, the health service, jobs, and having a roof over our heads. That is the basic building block of any democracy, being able to have your say. Being able to vote, to make your voice heard and influence decisions that affect your future is a basic fundamental right. It was a right that was denied to too many for too long in our society, and one we should never take for granted or be complacent about. The move by the Electoral Office to remove everyone en masse from the electoral register is bad for democracy. It has the potential to exclude people from the democratic process and take away their vote, and with it the ability of people to make their voice heard. That is unacceptable. People fought too hard for the right to vote to lose it now at the push of a button as registers are cleared. So it is vital that people act now to secure their right to vote. I know we all lead busy lives and there are many distractions, particularly now in the summer, but it is worth taking a few minutes to complete the online registration to secure your vote. The political landscape across the island is changing rapidly. The old certainties are gone and the prospect of a new and brighter future is opening up ahead of us. An Assembly election is planned for next year, and in the coming years, hugely important votes will be held that will shape the future of this island and change all of our lives. No one will want to be locked out of that or denied their opportunity to have their say. I have a clear vision of what I want the future of this island to look like. I want a better, fairer, greener society and a new and united Ireland. Many people across the island share a similar vision, realising it presents the best future for our country. You may not necessarily share my view, and that is your right. Whatever your vision for the future is, it is essential that you are able to play your part in shaping it, and to do that, you need to be able to vote. This is why this motion is so important. We need to ensure that our citizens know that the register has been wiped. We need to ensure that they understand how to get back on the register, and we need to help them in any way we can. Ideally, I would like to see the electoral office reopened here in Derry. We are a city and we are faced now with an electoral deficit where again we need to travel to Belfast if we want to talk to someone face to face about our situation or answer a query. This has also made it more difficult for our citizens to get electoral ID, again making the electoral process more difficult and disenfranchising many. I therefore call on the Council to put our voice behind the call for the reopening of the electoral office to serve our local population. I also ask the Council look at all available resources at its disposal to assist with this process. This could and should include electoral registration clinics in local communities. We have been denied too many rights in the past, including the right to vote. This is a right that our parents and grandparents fought for, particularly in this city. Let us honour them and ensure that we reignite that passion in our younger generations. And the start of that process is ensuring that we have an open and transparent electoral system. Gormagat, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. Thank you to Councillor Duffy for bringing the motion. I suppose it's clear to us members in this chamber that the franchise is the most important function the citizens have to demonstrate their preference for those who govern and on whose behalf to make key decisions. As everybody knows, the history of the franchise in our jurisdiction is well known and was hard fought for. And although this has now happened, we can see that this process is having an impact already. As of today, through my own checks, 24.7% in the Foyle constituency have re-registered, and only 20% have re-registered in the West Tyrone constituency. So we can see already that 1 in 4 in Foyle and 1 in 5 in West Tyrone have re-signed on from the 1st of July when the register was wiped. We would agree that Council has a duty to ensure, as far as is practical, that we have an open, transparent and accessible electoral process. This present process could have been mitigated if the electoral office had maintained a functioning office in this city and district. Our party, together with others, campaigned to keep the district office open. This would have allowed local citizens, especially our older ones, to avail of a physical presence in the town, which could allow direct access and promotion of the re-canvass. Failing the reopening of the electoral office, we fully support the request that resources be utilised to assist in the re-registering of local residents, as this is an important aspect of facilitating the franchise and it being fully respected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Alderman McCluskey.
And I think it was with a sense almost of shock, I think, that we all heard the news that the registers were being wiped and having to start over again. And I thank Councillor Duffy for bringing this very relevant notice of motion before us today. I think I agree that the removal of our electoral office here in the city was just an unbelievable move by the Electoral Commission. And I think it's something that, yes, it's probably too late, but even so, I think we should add our voice to saying that we do need an office in the second city of Northern Ireland. It is ridiculous that people can't actually call in or to see actually a person to discuss their issues with them. The information that I see in a letter that was released today from the electoral officer, that there have been something like 460,000 responses back, and what I'm hearing is that there's 30% came back in the first 3 weeks. and in some areas it's as low as 14%. I know also that the electoral office say they're putting out their third flyer to every property in August. Well, I don't actually think that some people got the first flyer or the second flyer, because some people that I know are saying that there have been no drops of these flyers in their area at all. And I think some of the issues that particularly our elderly people, although actually it's not only our elderly people, because a lot of people just don't seem to be getting the message, even though there have been the TV ads, they're not getting the message that you have to, they don't quite believe you have to register over again. So I think it's really important that we as a council do all that we can to promote that message and to see if we can get as many people as possible registered. I think the issues that people are concerned about are the permanent postal votes. People who maybe now have to go back to a doctor or a social worker and get forms filled in again, even after doing the online registration. And that's causing utter confusion for a lot of people. I think it will be interesting to see the new mapping facility which coming out. I think that's early August, so that we get an idea just of the drill down of just exactly where the gaps are and where the uptake is very, very low.
Alderman McCarthy, will you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Right, thank you. Just final sentence. I think that the linking of today of the High Street voucher scheme might encourage those who know about this to actually sort of move forward and to get their names on the list. So fully supportive of the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McConaughey. Next to speak is Councillor Hargan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, in days of old, the vast majority of people didn't have the right to vote, and it took mass struggle, direct action for working class people to get the franchise. And people didn't even have the franchise here in places like Derry and across the north up 50 years ago. So the right to vote was a crucial struggle, and we share the concerns of others about the re-registration and the possibility that many people will not be able to vote in upcoming elections. So we would call on those with responsibility to do everything possible to facilitate the vast majority of people who can vote getting registered. And that includes, we back the call for the re-establishment of an electoral office here in Derry. And I do have something to say about that, because I was on the picket line with workers when they were out striking to keep the electoral office here in Derry, and there was other strikes across the north. NIPSA led that fight. The workers in the electoral office led the fight to keep the electoral office here. And when you talk to them, they did not think and didn't believe that the storming executive parties did enough to back up their fight. And the decision to shut down the electoral office was, lost jobs. It has now put us in a position where people in Derry don't have anywhere to go. They have to travel to Belfast if they want to speak to somebody directly. So it was anti-worker, anti-union, anti-Derry, and it should have been fought far harder at the time. And now we're in a position now where we have to relaunch a campaign for an electoral office. So we support this demand wholeheartedly. And we should think about beyond calls. We need a movement. If we're going to get an electoral office re-established in Derry, we are going to have to campaign for it. And we believe it's that important because people shouldn't have to go to Belfast to speak to somebody about how to register to vote, nor should people in other parts of the north. So fully support the motion, and we should, speak to NIPSA and others who've led the fight to protect the electoral office here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hargan. Alderman Hussey with amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. It's in the chat box. I simply want to add a Derry office and Oma office as an amendment.
And have you a seconder for amendment?
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. You want to talk on the amendments?
Certainly. Reference has already been made to the percentage figures for both constituencies of Foyle and West Tyrone. And of course, the former Strabane district councillor is part of West Tyrone, and our electoral office was in Oma. and we face exactly the same thing in the southern part of the council area. So I think I agree with the total direction of the motion, which is to do everything to ensure that registration or re-registration, if you want to put it that way, can be effected in as easy and efficient way as possible. I know that I've had difficulty not getting myself re-registered, but assisting other people particularly via the online system, which at times with glitches has been difficult. There's the hard copy re-registration, which isn't as bad, but it's getting people to realise they need to re-register. I have been assured by the electoral office when I've made contact with them that at some stage they intend to have personnel who will follow up on those who have not registered. But every effort needs to be made to ensure that those who wish to go onto the register have that opportunity to do so, and that it can be done efficiently, effectively, and more importantly, before the electoral register is actually going to be needed come upcoming elections, etc. So I am concerned as you can see, via the amendment that the West Tyrone constituency, which this councillor also inhabits, shall we say, that constituency should be included within the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Alderman Guy on the amendment.
It's okay, Chair or Mayor. I'm okay. Just
Thank you. Okay, members, your amendment on the floor here. Okay. Councillor Edwards on the amendment.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to support Alderman Hussey's amendment. As a party, we campaign to try and keep Omagh open. And as Alderman Hussey will know as well, one of the reasons why they closed Omagh office is they were saying that more people online are registering. But you know, as time and time again we've seen, our rural communities, especially in the wider Derg area, broadband is a luxury for many. So I fully support that in terms of Omagh. It was a valuable resource to the rural communities that was again taken away. So fully support the amendment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Okay, members, we have an amendment. I'm going to take it to vote now. So, members, I'm not hearing any dissenting voices on the amendment. Anybody against it? Please let me know now in the chat box or make me aware. Members, okay, the amendment passes unanimously. Going back now to the substantial motion. Councillor Duffy, do you want to sum up?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everybody for your support for the motion. It is an important motion. Democracy is the cornerstone of any civilised society, as we say, and I suppose basic and key to that is the electoral register. So absolutely essential that we do everything we can to make the process as easy for all our citizens to get back on the register. And I'm not sure who said it. I think it was Councillor Mooney in terms of the older residents who are really struggling with the online process. So absolutely, we need to do all we can. Alderman McClintock, you have linked it to the £100 High Street voucher. I know I've had a couple of people just today contact me in relation to getting back on the register because of that very issue. So that has been definitely an incentive. Just in terms of what Councillor Harkin was saying around the campaign to keep the office open at the time, we certainly were part of that campaign, and I know myself that I was on the picket line. So if you talk to any staff who were involved in that at the time, Sinn Féin were very much involved in that campaign to keep the office open. But let's keep it positive and let's reignite the campaign and make sure that people do know that the electoral register has been wiped and they do need to now go and get re-registered, and we should do everything that we can to assist them with that. So thank you everybody for their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. So we're going to go to substantial motion now and take a vote on it. Members, I'm not hearing any dissenting voices, so I'm going to pick the motion as unanimous. So the unanimous motion passes. Okay, members. Moving on to Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just wait for the motion to come up. And can I just have the motion as read, please?
Okay, sure can. Have we a seconder, members?
Pretty second there, Rachel.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Rachel. So as I've said in the motion, Foyle Pride Festival or Foyle Pride, or the Pride Festival was born from struggle against LGBTQ+ oppression and discrimination, and one of the biggest inequalities facing the LGBTQ+ community at the moment is trans healthcare. There's a gender identity clinic at the Brackenburn Clinic in the north here, and they haven't taken on any new patients for 2 years, from 2018 to 2020, and they're also now refusing new referrals as it deals with their extensive backlog. So at the moment there's about 500 people currently on the waiting list for the gender identity clinic, and some have been waiting on their first initial appointment for more than 4 years. That's just for the initial conversation with a consultant. The health minister has also dropped funding to the service over the last couple of years, and there has been no investment in bringing in healthcare providers to match the demand in the services. And there has been a growing demand on the gender identity clinic, particularly with the rising numbers in the young trans community. There is also no gender affirming surgeries happening at the moment. Many people in our trans community wish for this healthcare to happen at home. And this is a huge undertaking for anyone having the surgery, but it's made even more inaccessible for trans and non-binary people as they are forced to travel to England or to other countries. Many trans and non-binary people are also forced into self-medicating or paying privately for their treatment, and many are having to do fundraisers to have their surgery. This is a gender identity clinic that still pathologizes trans people due to gender identity law. The gender recognition process for trans people in the north is completely outdated and gives no self-determination, which Gender Recognition Act in the south does. We need trans healthcare services which are community-based, trans-led and gender affirming. And for trans people here in the northwest who have to travel more than 4+ hours to access appointment that might only last less than an hour, we need northwest specific services for our trans community here. There's been positive words said from all the main political parties for LGBT rights and support of Pride, particularly most recently from our unionist parties. But words are good, but they don't go enough if we're really serious about LGBTQ+ equality. And we really need this investment in healthcare, because this is one of the biggest inequalities facing the LGBT+ community at the moment. This uncertainty around waiting times, this deprivation of healthcare and these negative and stigmatizing experiences within the health services for trans people is having a serious impact on the mental health within the community. And unfortunately, in the last year, we have lost 2 trans people because of a failure to provide the appropriate support. So I think this is an urgent issue. It's a very, very important issue, and I really hope people can support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Michaela Boy.
Thank you, Mayor, and can I thank the proposer of the motion for bringing forward this very important motion this evening. Sinn Féin will be supporting this motion. Emma Sheeran, one of our MLAs, has been to the fore in ensuring services at Brackenburn Clinic in Belfast is open for face-to-face appointments following closure due to COVID. and we welcome the news that the Brackenburn Clinic, which deals with gender identity, is now taking some appointments. However, many patients have been unacceptably waiting and long waiting lists for the clinic for, as the proposer said, 4 or 5 years, and this has been detrimental to the mental health of individuals and the community as a whole. Also, Mayor, Maeve did mention in the absence of services, many have been forced to turn to dangerous self-medication off the internet. Whilst it is good to see a resumption of some services, we in Sinn Féin urge the Health Minister to allow for a full reopening of the clinic and to invest further in these much needed services, to establish a specific Northwest healthcare support for trans and non-binary people to access those services here within the Northwest. The trans community deserves right-based compassionate healthcare, and investment in gender identity clinics and services need urgently addressed. I'm very mindful of the first paragraph in which the member makes relevance to where Pride came from and for the issues that existed back then that still exist now to be fully addressed in today's society, that each citizen feels that they can be who they are. If we fully want to recognise Pride, we have to make sure we support LGBT and Q+ people in more than just words, but by ensuring the quality of opportunity of these services that people require are fully accessible across the whole of the North and across the island of Ireland. We're happy to support the motion, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come on this motion. The SDLP are committed to supporting Pride events throughout the country and supporting those in the LGBT+ community. As you know, recently Councillor Tierney, as Mayor, brought a motion on the crossing outside of the Guildhall to be vested in rainbow colours. And in this view, we welcome the motion brought by Councillor O'Neill. Voluntary sector organisations have spoken about the needs of the LGBTQ+ community. Having seen the stats published by the PSNI regarding hate crime, the Rainbow Project have estimated that 64% of hate crime against this community goes unreported. Taking into account the Rainbow Project's estimation, this would bring the total number of incidents reported and unreported to around 1,200 in the year ending March 21. Northern Ireland's only gender identity clinic, as has already been outlined at Braeburn, has been unable to accept new patients since 2018 and has an ever-increasing backlog of new and existing patients, sitting at 493 as of January 21 this year. They cannot access their drop-in clinic due to limited resources. This is essentially due to drop-in funding, which is essential to their proper functioning of the clinic. Of course, this isn't the only health-related issue affecting the LGBT+ community, as access to genital urinary medicine clinics and PrEP, which is HIV prevention medication, is limited due to the lack of sustained funding from the Department of Health. There are matters that are relevant and need to be addressed. Foyle Pride is, of course, one of the North's flagship Pride events and has the full support of the SDLP and this council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Fred. Councillor Mooney. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Maeve O'Neill for bringing this motion forward. As we start to see our Pride festivals across the whole country, can I just thank all at Foyle Pride for the years of campaigning and showing support to our LGBTQ+ community. I know we're all going to miss a fantastic festival in person this year, but I do look forward to seeing it online. We see more and more of our younger generations being confident in their identity and their sexuality, and this is because of the work of the activists that they've done over many years, and the oppression many people have felt for far too long. But even though we have some great strides of progressiveness, like our own project with a rainbow crossing, we won't truly be showing our support to the LGBTQ+ community if we don't have equal and adequate access to our services. Why is there only one clinic? GIC do a fantastic job, and I'm undoubtedly under pressure due to the waiting list, but this is yet again another barrier to our trans and non-binary community. On top of the waiting list, they have to travel to Belfast to access the clinic. Transgender and I are in favour of a gender identity service in all 5 trusts, and I know we in Alliance see the importance of this. I think a Northwest service will make it better for our city and the district, and we are happy to support this motion and thank Councillor O'Neill Foley for bringing this motion forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman Derek Kelsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Just for clarification, I suppose some stats. You've mentioned the massive backlog and the waiting lists. We often hear the figures for the waiting lists, the normal waiting list within the health service. Can you quantify the numbers that are involved currently on the waiting list? Because quite patently, the health service need to address all waiting lists, but those waiting lists which I suppose add to mental issues need to be addressed as well. So if it's possible, when you're summing up, Councillor O'Neill, if you just quantify numbers that are currently on waiting lists or stuck in backlogs, etc. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. And members, I don't see any further speakers, so I'm going to ask Councillor O'Neill now to sum up. Maybe she could answer that question for you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all the support in the motion from everyone who spoke. So I suppose to address Councillor Hussey's question, it says around 500 people are currently on the waiting list. I think Councillor Mooney had a more specific 400 and I'm not sure had a more specific number, but 493. Thanks, Councillor Mooney. So but in terms of that, like the thing is to properly commission these trans services. It's a drop in the ocean in terms of the overall health budget. 493 isn't actually a big number whenever it comes to healthcare and health services, but it's the political will that's not there in investing in these services, because and investing in our trans community and really valuing the lives of our trans community and valuing the healthcare that will enable our trans community to love their lives to the full, and that's what's important. This is something with a bit of investment and that political will that could really change and transform lives, because at the moment we're seriously letting down our trans and non-binary siblings, and it can't go on. Definitely the health service is massively underfunded, and a lot needs to be done about waiting lists, but this is something that's really affecting lives, and we're really letting down the trans community. And I think if we're serious about LGBTQ plus equality, then this is the key issue that we need to address. And just to highlight that Foyle Pride Festival is happening at the end of August, from August 23rd to August 29th, mostly online. And I just want to commend the organisers this year for putting together another great festival. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Okay, members, I'm going to now take a vote. Is there any members want to against the motion? Let me know now, because I haven't heard nothing with the speakers.
Mayor, I wish to abstain.
Okay. Any other members?
I abstain as well. Just 1 minute.
It's 2 years.
Mayor, I think it'll be fair to say that the DUP bloc will be abstaining on the vote, and maybe that'll be all.
Okay.
Mayor John Boyle here. Then I think we should probably record the vote.
I don't think so. I think it's the DEP's abstaining, so basically abstaining on everybody else is for the motion. So I think we'll just carry on.
Mayor, with all due respect, I'm not entirely sure who all's still on the meeting at this point.
It doesn't matter, does it?
I think you're the mayor,
I
not
think
Councillor Boyd.
thank you. DEP is staying, so the motion passes.
But Mayor, then I'm going to ask for a recorded vote.
It's too late. Okay, the motion
So
passes.
Mayor, with all
Councillor O'Leary.
Mayor, with all due respect, I think I actually asked for a recorded vote when I last commented on.
After it was took. Okay, members, going to move on. Or actually, I'm going to take a 10 minutes break now, so I'll see you back here at 5 to 12. Thank you.
Yeah, I was really thinking to myself, you should have kept going there. Were you down for a smoke or something? I'm sure they are.
Hello, members. Someone has their mic on. Just to let you know. Thanks.
Okay, members, such a beautiful night outside there, so it is. So members, moving on now to the next motion, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Donnelly, to move. We'll just get it on the screen here.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Go ahead, Councillor Donnelly.
I'm happy to second it.
And that's
Thank you.
Councillor O'Neilly second it. Carry on.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor O'Neill. Chair, I hope that everyone here tonight can support this motion. In the words of NSPCC, every childhood is worth fighting for, and that applies to all children, not least vulnerable children in Derry and west of the Bann. We will fight for these children. NSPCC has been running invaluable support services for young people and children in need in this city for almost 30 years. The charity has also been responsible for many important campaigns over the years around child protection issues and educational work around child neglect and child abuse. The Western Trust has relied on NSPCC to provide very specialised therapeutic counselling to children who have suffered sexual abuse and who are living with trauma. The implications of abuse are far-reaching. The trauma of abuse will have an impact on all aspects of a child's life, including their adult relationships and their own parenting. It is therefore so important for any child in need to have access to the appropriate therapeutic intervention at the earliest opportunity. The Letting the Future In programme has been accessed by children as young as 5. Every child is different. Every story of abuse is different. Every therapeutic path is different. No two children will have identical needs. Every child needs proper support. We all know that charities are facing funding pressures and are being forced to make difficult choices. Proposals for restructuring NSPCC services across the 6 counties are now the subject of internal consultation. We welcome the fact that the proposals allow for the continuation of foil childline services. I want to pay tribute to the staff and volunteers who have been working so hard to meet the ever-growing demand for their phone line and online support services. However, the prospect of this city losing the Letting the Future In service is very concerning. Research and reports shared by NSPCC and others over the past year highlight the probability of a significant surge in demand for support for victims of child abuse. With incident levels soaring during the pandemic, while we were all staying at home to stay safe, the sad reality for too many children is that home is the least safe place in the world. Home is where the harm is, where the hurt is. We do not know the full extent of domestic violence and child abuse that has been happening behind closed doors. The specialist social workers and the administrative staff responsible for the delivery of these services will face uncertainty over their work and livelihoods. Most of all, they are anxious about the impact of the loss of this service on those who need it. This team has been based in Derry, catering for the needs of children beyond the city and district, with outreach services in Omagh and Enniskillen. The team is already struggling to meet demand. There is a far stronger argument for enhancing the service rather than withdrawing it. The consultation has prompted important conversations, including this one tonight. There are wider issues around service provision that need to be addressed by the Trust. We must all do our best to make sure vulnerable children and young people in our midst get the support and care they need and deserve.
Thank you for that, Councillor Donnelly. Moving on, members. Next to speak is Councillor Riley.
Yeah, Mayor, thanks for bringing me in, and can I start by thanking Councillor Donnelly not only for the comprehensive motion that he's put forward on the agenda, but also then the comprehensive presentation of it to the meeting this evening. The SDLP fully support the motion before us, and we know that this service is key to helping some of our vulnerable young people deal with their experience of abuse and put them on the pathway to recovery. It's extremely difficult to convince young people who have gone through the most harrowing ordeal to engage with therapy and to learn to trust people again, and the movement of this service to Belfast will further lessen the prospect of engagement. This is particularly worrying amid reports of a rise in child sex abuse during the COVID pandemic. And while the NSPCC said that they'd be focusing on preventing abuse, the sad fact is that abuse will continue, and there will always be young people in the area who need to access local support where they can feel heard and respected. The idea of children as young as 5 being forced to travel to avail of these services would be unconscionable. So we need to hear what, if any, plans exist to prevent this from happening. So we're happy with the motion that's before us this evening, Mayor, and just to fully support it on behalf of the SDLP. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Riley. Alderman McConaughey.
And thank you to Councillor Donnelly for bringing this very, very important motion before us tonight. There's very little else to be said because he has spoken to it very, very well. I think there's not much really can be added to it because obviously during the pandemic and after it, we do require more, not less, services. And the thought of children, young children in particular, not getting face-to-face counselling is just absolutely abhorrent. And during the pandemic, as has already been said by Councillor Gallagher himself, we know that abuse, domestic abuse, has increased, and that probably, although we may not have figures, but probably has impacted very much on children as well. Children are our future, and I'm just being brief by saying absolutely support every word of the motion before us, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alderman McConaughey. Councillor Fleming.
Thanking you, Mayor, and on behalf of Sinn Féin, would welcome and thank Councillor Donnelly for bringing such an important motion at this particular time before Council and set it out in the manner in which he has done. So Sinn Féin will be supporting the motion and all of its constituent parts. And we also, along with Councillor Donnelly, acknowledge the work of the NSPCC staff, not just during the pandemic, but for a long number of years in terms of bringing a professional and caring attitude to people at their most vulnerable and given what they have suffered. In terms of the review undertaken by the NSPCC, and also, and Councillor Donnelly has touched on it, letting the future in, that says a whole lot about the service. But it is a service and it is an intervention which is a very strong evidence base, and obviously Gary touched on that. But it has also had evaluations which has very clearly set it out as a unique safeguard in terms of for the most vulnerable. And the very thought of it being moved away from Derry, because Derry just doesn't do Derry and District and Strabane, it also covers large parts of the Western Trust. And again, Gary has that in his motion, and we would certainly welcome that in terms of dialogue, both the PCC and the Western Trust, to ensure that there's a way found to ensure that the staff can continue to deliver this service within the Northwest. Thanking you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Fleming. Alderman Guy.
Mayor, first of all, I'd like to say that Ulster Unionist Party fully support this motion, and I'd like to commend Councillor Donnelly on a well-presented motion, very timely as well. A few weeks ago, I was approached by a lady I know who basically distraught that the service is being talked about to be closed. I, like many other councillors, took upon me to write to the NSPCC to voice my concerns and the parents' concerns as well on the proposed centralisation of Lillette in the future on trauma centre. There's not much more I can add to what has been already said, but We all know that this proposed closure will only add to the pressures of the Western Trust's mental health services for children, which is already struggling to cope with numbers requiring a specialised service. This will only increase with the removal of this trauma centre. During lockdown, staff realised that the delivery of this service was no use to be done online or over the phone. It had to be done in person. And they remove it from the city, that will go back to online and telephone service. And it just will not help the kids that are involved here. It won't help with their mentoring. Face-to-face mentoring will continue to be the best practice and the only way that will provide comfort to these children. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Alderman Guy. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Donnelly for bringing this really important motion forward. People Before Profit have talked to workers there, and they're of course very upset about the potential loss of their jobs, but they're far more worried about the impact that the loss of the service will have on the children that they're working with now, and the children who who would need to access their service in the future. And there's going to be a massive hole created with the loss of the service, and there's no plan at all in place to fill the service void. And this team have been struggling to meet the demand that is upon them for the children of the city and district. And what should have happened rather than cutting the service is that they should have been expanding the service. This is definitely the wrong decision, and we really cannot allow this to happen. This is a decision that's been made by people in London who are on massive salaries and showing no concern at all for the children of Derry and the Northwest. I think this charity is behaving like a corporation. It's disgraceful. And like, we as a council need to do everything that we can do to work with the union in protecting the jobs, but also to work with the union and with the workers and with the NSPCC and with the Western Trust to make sure that these children are not abandoned. So we completely support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. We at the Alliance want to wholeheartedly thank Councillor Donnelly for bringing this motion forward. I think he has put it so eloquently tonight, and he's covered absolutely everything. There's not much more that can be said. This service is so needed. I know a lot of people have said it will create a hole within our children's mental health services here within the city and district, but that hole will then mean children are going to fall through the gaps, which then is going to cause more trauma. Our children can't access things like CAMS at the moment due to long waiting lists, and the NSPCC providing this service here in the city and district is so important. I want to thank Councillor Donnelly again for bringing this motion. I think we need to send a really strong message here. The NSPCC do some fantastic work, and I commend them on the work they do, and I point any parent to their website. They provide many tools and age-appropriate conversations with children and making them aware of the dangers in life. But I think this decision by the NSPCC to restructure and to move the service away from a much-needed area is wrong. So we're happy to support this motion wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson, I fully agree with you, and I commend myself, Councillor Donnelly's motion to council tonight, and I'm going to bring Councillor Donnelly on now to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, it's clear from the sentiments expressed right across the board here how important this motion is. Childhood should be a happy experience for children, but for far too many children, they're robbed of this childhood. And I think that it's important that when this happens, that these children are given the vital support and help that they need to repair them. And I think that the passing of this motion tonight, hopefully it'll be unanimous, will send a strong message and it will also send a message to the NSPCC and those who work within it of just how important and vital and appreciated their service is. So again, I'd like to thank everybody for their support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly, and I'm not hearing any dissenting voices on this motion. Members, is there anybody against the motion or abstain the motion? Could you let me know now in the chat box or let me know on the screen? No. That motion of Councillor Donnelly passes unanimous. Members, two more motions left, moving on to Alderman Corrigan.
Mayor, can I raise a point of order?
Yeah.
Councillor Jackson.
Go ahead.
Mayor. Mayor, I want to challenge the validity of this motion under Standing Order 24.2. Mayor, in the 12th of
Just 2
May.
seconds there, Councillor Jackson.
Okay.
Yeah, go on there, Councillor Jackson.
Yeah. On the 12th of May, I tabled a motion at an ENR committee under the minute ER 152/21. And contained within that motion was ratified by full council on the 27th of May. And with the second paragraph contained a wording that council welcomes the commitment for immediate action to reduce carbon emissions set out in the New Decade New Approach Agreement. And it calls on the Environment Minister to adopt a private member's bill developed by Climate Coalition NI to ensure that it becomes law in this term of the Assembly. Mayor, I don't believe that motion or the motion in front of us today is compatible with the current council position, and I just don't see how, as a council, we can hold these two positions. So, and because that motion was passed within the last 6 months, I don't see how this motion is valid. I'll pass it to yourself.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jackson, I'm going to pass this on to the city solicitor here.
So, Chair, when the notices of motion are received, they are reviewed against previous notices of motion that have been through council to assess whether or not there have been any similar notices of motion or contrary notices of motion within the last 6 months. I note that Councillor Jackson is indicating that this came up through committee, and that may explain why we haven't picked up on this particular occasion. I would need, and the team would need, some time to assess that position, and therefore I wonder whether or not Councillor Kerrigan would be prepared to accept if this notice of motion could be deferred to the ENR committee in September, and we'll review the position in relation to the point that Councillor Jackson has raised in the interim.
Mayor, can I come back in briefly? And just response to that, Philip, it was a notice of motion that was given notice, and it was deferred to a committee by full council, but it was still a notice of motion with the proper notice given.
I'm grateful for that clarity, but I think that probably is still the reason why it hasn't been picked up. As I say, an assessment is done. It clearly hasn't been picked up on this occasion, and I apologise that it hasn't been picked up on this occasion, but it would need some time to review the similarities and the differences and see whether or not it's an acceptable notice of motion.
Mayor, as I was bringing that motion forward, and as I say, it is at the tail end of the list, but it was one that was put in advance. And again, maybe something has been missed there. I do note that maybe it's just my pack, but the actual notice of motion is it short of what was submitted? There does appear to be 2 paragraphs missing on that. Whether that makes any difference to it or not, but just as the urgency of the and light of the E&R committee last week and the Farmers Union presentation, I thought it was poignant. But I will defer if that's the decision, Mayor. If that's your call on it, Mayor, I am content to defer it.
Councillor or Alderman Corrigan, appreciate that. So basically, is who's that? Is that Councillor Doyle?
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, Mayor. If you want to finish what you were saying.
Yeah, appreciate Alderman Corrigan. So that'll be brought back to the committee now in September of E&R. Point of order by Councillor Doyle.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, as much as I'm sure we all love spending this long time together for full council, I'm conscious of the time, and I'm wondering if we can have a conversation about how we're going to deal with the rest of tonight's business. Because personally speaking, I have two or three issues to raise under agenda item 13, and I don't want to be sitting here at 1 in the morning. Just given that people probably have to get up for work and whatnot. Thanks, Mayor.
We'll just crack on here. So appreciate Alderman Corrigan. So we're going to move to the next motion now. So it's Alderman Corrigan again.
I have the motion there, and I'll wait a seconder. Morris was seconded. Thank you, Alderman Devaney.
Alderman Devaney.
Mayor, I'm trusting that this will be reasonably straightforward, so I won't speak too much. We know the events of the Finland versus Denmark game, and which well-known footballer there would have played in the Premier League at a period of time there for Tottenham or Spurs, whatever you want to call them. Suffered a cardiac arrest, and the incident there was at the start of that European Championships. It spurred a lot of people then to be supporting Denmark through it. The resilience of the team and how they performed, but the incident, thankfully, he is all right again now. But it's the case of it's raised an issue, and it's raised the issue in relation to I'm minded CPR and the AEDs, the defibrillators, effectively. So it's just, as I say, I know other councils have pledged finance into getting these, but as I say, I know there is the potential there of through some of the sporting agencies, and which there will be money for defibrillators. But as I stated, and what I'm seeking in this is that we will bring a paper back to Health and Communities Committee, and that we will seek to have as many of these AEDs registered on the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service website. I think it's I was able to look through. I know a few in my own area there that they're there, but they're not registered on the website, so that you can find out where you can get one if you need one. I mean, the likes of the Derg DEA where we are, we're very rural, and it's a right we run if you're under pressure and that difficulty to get to Altnagalvin or Enniskillen to a hospital. And it's much of a muchness which one you're going to. So the likes of these are vital, and again, it's more so it's getting the training there, and it's knowing, you may know there's a machine there, but it's just knowing in relation to, they have to be maintained.
The pads have to be replaced every 2 to 4 years, and that just depends on the manufacturer and that whether they're used or not. The batteries could last, some could last between 2 and 5 years, some could last between 5 and 7 years, and the defibrillator itself could last anything up to 8 years. So these things need to be maintained, even if they're not in use or they're not being used. But again, it's those things there. So I'd just like to see if we could somehow support community groups into getting a bit more training on CPR. I know we done some of our own in Castleegg and Bridgetown Orange Hall, and it was very beneficial, and using the dummies and using the defibrillators. So I say it's just to get that use and to try to broaden that out, because you don't know when it'll save someone's life. And as I say, as it did, it very much so saved Christian Eriksen's life on a very public event. So that's just why I wanted to bring that motion forward. So hopefully, as I say, it's not too controversial and straightforward. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Alderman Curran. Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and thanks to Alderman Kerrigan for raising this important issue. I'll just start with a small fact here. A heart defibrillator used within 3 to 5 minutes of cardiac arrest increases the chance of survival from 6% to 74%. These are a very important piece of life-saving equipment. I wrote to Cara McFarland and our team on the 13th of June regarding the same issue. They sent me a full list of where these defibrillators are situated within every DA in this council area. There are many more within these DAs but are not registered. It's important that these are all registered so that we can see on the map and let those who may need it know exactly where to locate them. Since I raised this back in June, I was glad to hear that 8 people have been saved in the Sperrin DA from defibrillators alone. So we also totally agree with training being made available to all communities within the DAs for those interested in learning how to use these. Thank you again, Alderman Kerrigan, for bringing this important motion tonight, and we in the SDLP are in full support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and I will be very brief. Councillor Burke brought a similar proposal to the Health and Communities Committee that month in June following the incident around working with Sport NI around defibrillators as well. Absolutely in support of the motion in front of us. It is a life-saving piece of equipment. And I know that from my own experience in terms of being involved in a boxing club that has a defibrillator, it is easy to miss some of the maintenance issues around the defibrillators in terms of we didn't realise that the pads go out of date as well. So, you know, anything that can be done to educate people around their use, because it is key, those key moments when somebody goes down to get their heart started again and save their lives. So absolutely in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And look, no problem in supporting the notice of motion coming forward here. It's very, very timely. Defibrillators have become a very important part of our fabric, and as some previous speakers said, you know, you need to get working within 3 minutes. And I think it's important that we get people trained out there to be used for defibrillators, as many within sporting groups and other groups where they're available, and get them registered, because sometimes we could be in an area where we don't know where the defibrillators are there to use. And I think one of the rest of the councillors mentioned as well once again that they have to be maintained, and to ensure that those are registered or maintained to the highest level so they're there when we need them. Thank you, Mayor.
I think the mayor's connection may have gone, has it?
Yeah, I think you're right, Derek.
Members, if you just bear with us for a minute, we're just checking out the connection with the mayor here. We'll be back with you hopefully in a moment.
ask for a recorded vote now that he's not about.
Go ahead there, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome back. Totally in support of the motion. I think a very important point is being made here. Defibrillator, it's a bit like insurance. You need to have it, but you don't want to use it. And if you don't use it, it can sit back, and all of a sudden, when you do need it, you may find that it isn't up to the standard that's actually needed when it should be saving life. I mean, if you take in my own industry and public spaces where an entertainment license is granted, every year we're expected to ensure that our fire extinguishers, for example, are serviced. And this is just as vital in the life-saving capacity. So the support and maintenance with regard to these is absolutely vital. And the motion makes that as part of the motion, and a welcome part of the motion. And I think the support training is also important because, as we all know, sometimes a little knowledge can be a dangerous thing. And to have people properly instructed in the use of both CPR and AED is important. So I welcome the motion and thank Alderman Kerrigan for bringing it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Alderman Hussey. I see no further speakers. Alderman Kerrigan, do you want to sum up?
I'm grand, Mayor, with that. I do thank the contributors, Jason, Sandra, Morris, and Derek for the words, and no, very keen for the support, and thank you very much. And it will hopefully be something that will save people's lives, practical thing, and thanks very much for that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred Alderman Kerrigan. Members, I'm not hearing any dissenting voices in this here motion. Is there anybody against it wishing to abstain? Could you put it in the chat box? Okay, members, the motion with Alderman Kerrigan passes unanimous. So, members, moving on to agenda 13 on responses. And we have 2 seconds. Councillor Doyle on item 13.
Mayor, I know it's one agenda item, but because there's so many documents, I have 2 separate issues. Would you prefer I did both of them at the same time? Sorry, Mayor, I wasn't sure whether you heard me. I have 2 separate issues onto this. Would you prefer I did them at the same time?
Yeah, it'll be perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, so under Appendix 1 and 2, I do have a motion referred to it earlier at the beginning of the meeting. I'm just going to put it in the chat box here. It's very straightforward. It's in the chat box.
Just 2 seconds here, Councillor Doyle. Members, looking at the motion here, I think it's a very substantial motion. So to be putting on the members, I think there should be time given to the different members on it, and I'd be happy enough that they come forward in September. Now I'll put it forward to the members here tonight to see. So have you a seconder for this? but I'm happy. No, I'd be more content that going through to September.
Ultimately, your call, Mayor. We respect.
I think it's a substantial motion. I'd be happy enough that they come. I don't think it's right putting that in front of members. So I do, and I think it should come through as a motion. And that's my final decision on that, Councillor Doyle.
No problem, Mayor. I'll go very quickly then on to the second issue I wanted to raise is under Appendix 17 in relation to the PSNI District Commander. Look, I quote from his letter again. As a local police commander, I'm always keen to engage formally and informally with stakeholders and especially local representatives. Look, I've put this on the record before, as have others. I've asked to meet the District Commander a number of times and he's redirected me elsewhere. We still have overbearing stop and searches in the city and district, instances where time and time again the PSNI, and we've all said it, have acted inappropriately and to the detriment of the community, and it is not on. And look, people can talk about the PCSP and their members have a role, and that's fine. But they're, I am looking at it from a clear unwillingness of the police to be held to account by this council. And we've also again said that just because the PCSP is there doesn't mean this council can't also engage in holding the police to account. In that spirit, I have to ask members if the people we represent already feel their concerns aren't taken on board, how can we accept this response again? If it was a local fire chief or the chief of the ambulance service telling us that they wouldn't engage with us, people would be asking why, and this is no different. We've asked now, this is the second or third time I believe that we've asked nicely. Either the district commander comes to this chamber or we have to take action, in my view, and I'm proposing that after these refusals that we ask the city solicitor to compile a report as to what legal means this council has at its disposal to compel the district commander to come before this council and be held accountable. And I'm happy to put that in the chat box if needs be, Mayor.
Too sure if he's actually moving. So as it was brought up in the PCSP meeting the other day, and I do wish him all the best. And I'm not too sure you're aware about that.
Wasn't aware, Mayor. Just shows you if you're not in your PCSP, you don't necessarily know these things. I'll tell you what, I'm happy to hold off. And if he's still about in September, then I'll bring it back.
Thank you, Fred. 2 minutes just each. Yeah, Alderman Guy.
Mayor, it's okay. I was just going to say what you noted there.
Okay, members. I don't see any further speakers, and the time is now.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Me too, Mayor. Councillor Farrell.
Sorry.
Directly after.
Apologies, I am using the iPad now with the chat box. 2 seconds, members. There.
I have two on item 13, Mayor. The first one's under Appendix 20, page 273.
Yeah. Councillor Farrell first, sorry.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. It's in relation to Appendix 14, which is the response from the new Economy Minister, Gordon Lyons, on the McGee expansion commitment and New Decade, New Approach. So we've got a 3-line response from the new minister, but it's 2 fingers up to the people of Derry and this district. We stated several things in our motion, and the key elements of that were that the 10,000 student target at McGee must be delivered. Expansion proposals must be produced immediately, and McGee expansion must be included as a programme for government commitment. And in his response, he states that he supports expansion across all campuses of Ulster University and will assess any expansion proposals produced by Ulster University. I'm sorry, but that's a disgraceful response from the new Economy Minister.
It's apparent that he is tone deaf, like his predecessors, on the needs of this city. New Decade, New Approach, which his party seemingly supports, has a specific commitment on McGee expansion and doesn't mention expansion at Coleraine or Belfast at all, but he supports expansion at those two campuses too. And New Decade, New Approach doesn't say that Ulster University will bring forward expansion proposals. It says the executive will do that. I think it'd be useful if the minister actually read the document, but he probably has and is intent on trolling this council. So I'm really disappointed in the minister's response. It's abundantly clear that he has no intention of delivering for this city. I have no proposal to make. I want to put those points on record. It's late. I think everybody's tired, and it can be discussed further at September's full council. Thank you, Mayor.
For Councillor Farrell, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm moving to item 13, Appendix 20, page 273. It's a response from the Department of Health, reference plans for the former Castlederrick Hospital site. And the response tells us that the former hospital site encompasses the following. The old hospital building, which is vacant, true. And in fact, that is a former workhouse building as well. An area that is leased by the Irish school until February 2024 for educational purposes, and an area currently occupied by Northern Ireland Ambulance Service is under consideration. Disposal plans with the Irish school and with the ambulance service remaining in place are being considered by my department. Mayor, the department don't seem to realise that there's something else there, and I've put a proposal in the chat box because with the old workhouse, there is a pauper's grave site within the hospital site. It may actually encroach partly into Edwards Primary School, but there is a pauper's grave site. I'm proposing that council works with the Western Trust and local historians to identify and mark the area of the paupers' graves within the now former Castlederrick Hospital site. I'm proposing that. Thank you, Chair. Mayor.
I see Alderman Corrigan second that as well. Yeah, members, it looks to me, is there any member against that proposal? If there's broad consent. Is there anybody looking to go against it? SDLP support. It's unanimous. That proposal passes, Alderman Hussey.
Much appreciated, Mayor. Moving to the second item, which is Appendix 26, page 287. That's our reply from the Infrastructure Minister with regard to the issue on white lining. Both myself and Councillor McHugh had raised this issue. And we're told that the budget for all activities within Roads Western Division, as well as other roads divisions, has been allocated. Roads Western officials are now finalising their maintenance work programmes, including the schedule for the renewal of road markings. That's dated the 21st of July. I would imagine that given the speed of reply that we've had, this has been with the department. And I imagine that the budgets were put out to Western Division. But I would think that a quick email to Roads Western Division now asking the simple question, which can be emailed out to us all when a reply comes. When will the white lining project throughout our area be commencing? Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Hussey, that's been noted, and council officers are happy enough with that. They take it on. Alderman Devaney.
Chair, I was just looking on there. It's Councillor McHugh on that same issue, if you don't mind.
No.
Are you in the same issue, Alderman Devaney? Hello? Am I still right? Go ahead there, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the same issue that Councillor Hussey has raised, just for his information, following the road service presentation at the Special Environment Regeneration meeting, and I know that he raised it there as well. I did receive further correspondence, more recent than the 21st of July, about the white lining to say that that would be taking place in the very near future. So just let him know.
Mayor, you'll excuse my skepticism. Many times have I heard that in the very near future. I believe it when I see it. We want it on the ground, literally on the ground.
Thank you,
But,
thank you. Thank you,
thanks,
Alderman Hussey.
Councillor.
Alderman Devaney, can you hear me now?
Yep. I would just before I speak about the first one, I want to just echo the comments about the white lining. I have been try getting information out of DFI regarding getting the verges cut. Many of them on rural roads, they're almost met in the middle, and it can only drive one car. And we have still gully issues that have been resolved. But what I get back as well is that they will be resolved ASAP. I don't know when that is, but I just wanted to go back to Councillor Farrell and around the economy minister, and I just want to put on record that I know our two MLAs, Gary Middleton and Thomas Buchanan, have been working with the economy minister, and it is my information that the economy minister will be a visit to the city or the northwest here. We haven't got the details yet, but he will be here sooner rather than later.
Yep.
Thank you for that, Alderman Devaney. And last but not least, Councillor Riley.
Thanks, Mayor. Just under item 13, it's Appendix 21. It's about the A5 delays. Earlier this week, I attended a meeting along with others from the Northwest Region Cross-Border Group with the Minister, where she set out responses to the concerns that elected members from this council area and Donegal council area have in relation to that matter. As part of that presentation, she indicated that it would be useful if both our council and Donegal council recorded support for the Infrastructure Commission, the independent Infrastructure Commission that she had recently suggested as a way of trying to deal with key infrastructural projects such as the A5 that have been stuck in such a long legal wranglings, and as a means of trying to overcome similar fates for other road projects, that type of infrastructural commission would be a good way forward. So, Mayor, when she spoke to that at the recent meeting this week, it did seem to garner support from across the political parties that were there that afternoon. So, Mayor, can I ask that the council then formally does that the council does endorse the plans for an independent infrastructure commission and writes to the minister just to put that on the record. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Riley. Okay, members, if you're all happy enough, a letter will be sent.
Mayor, I'm content to second that. As Councillor Riley has said there, I didn't get the whole of the meeting owing to a funeral, but as vice chair of the Northwest Group, I was at the early part of the meeting, and this has dragged on long enough. We need resolution to it, and this is one way of perhaps trying to clear some of the issues out of the way. Thank you.
Thank you. So Members, there was a proposer and seconder, and I think everybody will be happy enough the letter goes off. So that's been noted. Members, I'd like to call this meeting to a close. The time is now just turned 1:45, 12:45. I think we've just got a Guinness Book of Records for the Strabane District Council, one of the longest meetings. And I really do wish all members a great summer and stay safe. And thank you for getting through this tonight. We're not back again, so well done, members, and good luck. Bye-bye.
Well done, Mayor.
Mayor.
Thank you, Graham.